Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourselves.
Prepare yourselves.
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
For Greg Papa.
Sleeping Giant Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader.
Gallegos comes set. A look to second. He throws. Yastrzemski swings and belts it high and deep. Right field. It's got a chance. It is gone. Mike Yastrzemski, with the Giants down to their final strike, has just tied the game in the ninth inning with a 2-run home run. And he does what he's done all year, and he works the walk, and then you just hope someone can get a hold of one. And Yaz did.
He did. Yeah, he did get a hold of one. Excuse me. I'm choking on a peanut.
You're right.
I didn't think I was going to speak yet.
You're a doctor. Give yourself the Heimlich.
No, I mean, so I'll stop talking then.
Are you all right?
Take a drink. DC got you some water. Don't eat another peanut. Take a drink.
I'm done talking. I'm done.
I can't wait till next Tuesday.
Oh,
Keep that.
you are cruel.
We need that.
Awful announcing, John. Is that going
Yeah.
awful announcing?
Sean is a star in awful announcing. He had the
You are cruel.
couple of days, but yeah, those damn peanuts can get you. 8-5. We'll call that the win of the year. My goodness, they got out early. The first 5 reach. They're up 2-zip. You think they're gonna cruise on this one? Then Tommy Edman gets that grand slam, and it's 5-2, and you're kind of hanging out. And Jordan Montgomery went 17 straight. He knocked down, and it wasn't looking good. And then they give the Giants an opportunity though, and Mike Yastrzemski got one. And Gallegos, he was waiting for it. He was waiting for that one that he was going to try to rise high. That was the call they were getting behind the plate tonight, the high fastball today. And Mike Yastrzemski rips that 2-run shot deep into right field, ties it up. Then he gets back on. That's pretty funny. Then he gets back on second base. He scores the game winner. They tack on additional runs, win that thing 8-5. And boy, Duvall, if he's not one of the Giants' all-stars, and we'll talk about all-stars the rest of the week and as we're getting closer to that thing, but he's an all-star closer. He has really gotten the thing together. 8-5 and 6 over 500. So they're looking good, man. What a great game.
Sweep.
By the way, hello. How are you?
Sweep. The St. Louis Cardinals.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
How about that?
That's now 3 sweeps on the year. The Phillies at home when Casey Schmidt came up, and then, the Rockies on the last road trip. All of a sudden, John, after starting 7-13 on the road, they've gone 9-2 over the last 11. And I got the rally cap going, and that was to get them, remember, 6-13 start, to get them to 500. Now they're 4 games over 500 for the first time since last July, when they got off to the 14-7 start. But where do you start? I mean, obviously, so much has transpired in the 24 hours since we've been on the air. And, J.D. Davis with the bad slide into third base. He got called out on replay review. Wow. Winds up rolling his ankle. Hopefully he'll be fine, but we'll see. And then the big story, the next pitch. You ever seen a guy? The Warriors in back-to-back games lost Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson in the 2019 NBA Finals. Have you ever seen 2 players get hurt on literally back-to-back pitches? The ankle roll for J.D. and then Mitch Haniger, what a bad break. And Flaherty was hot last night. He was all over the place, hot with Lamont. And he threw that fastball right on the forearm and breaks the right forearm. And he's going to be out possibly the entire year, certainly a long, long time. We'll see if it's non-displaced or not. But in any event, I'm surprised you haven't nominated Luis Matos for a Giant All-Star as he gets the call up. Very calm on the first at-bat. Just no bat waggle, just very calm. I went and saw him Memorial Day Sunday when Kyle Harrison was pitching, John, and he's just so calm. And he gets the base hit. A couple off the end of the bat is next 2 times up, but did a nice job. They did pinch hit for him going to the line change, and Jock Peterson, and I thought he was going to turn around Jordan Hicks at 100+, but he wound up striking out. But Mike Yastrzemski, and I believe I heard someone yesterday say, why don't they just bench Yaz? Well, you're not going to do that now.
Who's that jackass?
I don't know, John. I missed you. I missed you for a week in your hot takes. But he did get on the fastball. What is plaguing Mike Yastrzemski? getting on that high fastball, and Gallegos gave him one.
I think
good
he
battle
knew
there.
it. I think it's tough.
He
but
was sitting on it, but you still got to hit it.
Yeah, you do. You
Still got to hit it.
Yeah, I was sitting in my studio going high fastball, high fastball. He knew it was coming, but like you said, that doesn't make it easy to do.
You were saying high ball. I'm not going on the air. Let's start drinking. That's what you were saying.
And I'd like to say that I did jinx everybody because once he hit that, I said, "See you Thursday, bitches." But it didn't happen.
did. I mean, come on. Extra innings now? If we had standard extra innings.
That's true.
But then, how about Gabe putting Yaz? I didn't even know that rule there. Even though he hit the home run, the pitcher was up. Yastrzemski's still eligible to go back and not count the pitcher. And that was done from the bench and a lot of people involved. Gabe Kapler is a great game manager. To have Yastrzemski at second base, you wind up, getting 3 there. And then all the chaos that was going on yesterday, when Haniger gets hit, Davis rolls an ankle. He's still looking at the scoreboard.
We have updates, by the way. We do have updates
replay
on
review.
those guys.
What do you got? What do you got?
Alex Pavlovich, Mitch Haniger will have surgery on his right forearm tomorrow in Los Angeles. They'll know more about after that.
If it's
grade 1
or not.
Yeah, grade 1 ankle sprain for Davis. He'll miss 3 to 10 days. Best case scenario. That's Susan
his
Slusser.
agent Mark O'Brien, a friend of the show, and he already sent me last night when this was all going down. He was sending me the itinerary for Luis Matos and David Villar. David Villar is represented by CAA. So we'll see. They didn't IL him now. Keaton Wynn went back down. But overall, I think one thing, just how they get to do with Matos up now. And it's amazing. We've been talking about Matos for a while. And then he got so hot, 6 homers in 6 games. And everybody wanted to push it. The baseball gods have a way of organically taking care of these things. And you don't want Haniger to go out.
Let me bust Haniger's wrist here.
Oh, it'd be nice. It was his forearm. It's not even his wrist. He took it on the forearm.
Right.
I mean, that's, and he's a good player. He's got 39. You're going to miss him. Hopefully he'll come back at some point. But the baseball gods have a way of doing this for you. And they brought him up organically, and he was ready. We'll see how ready he is. He's got to go to Dodger Stadium and face probably Bobby Miller, John, on Friday night. Kershaw's going to go tonight, so you won't see him, and that guy's nasty. But in any event, how are they going to do this with the outfield configuration when you're facing a right-handed pitcher? Is Matos going to start in center? Yastrzemski go to right field, where he's better? I thought he played a good center field this year, but he's one of the best right fielders in baseball. And then
Slater, right?
And then Slater, and when you have Slater, today you faced a right-handed, or actually it was a left-handed pitcher today, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So Yaz made the start, and Jordan Montgomery, the former Yankee they got for Harrison Bader. So Yaz did start, but he went to right field, and then you got Austin Slater.
Yeah, that's a good defensive outfield.
Yeah, we got 3 center fielders, but how do you? Matos has been, he's been getting corner reps as well at AAA Sacramento. I think this first game they just wanted them acclimated to center. And then Conforto's going to be in the mix obviously against right-handed pitching. Conforto's a good right fielder. So, but then you got Austin Slater as well. I'm just wondering how they're going to move this around. You just going to play Matos in center field, and Yaz goes to right field, and Slater to left, and Conforto stays in right field. How are they going to do this long term, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, everything I've read and all those kind of things, and I'm a lot like you. Until I see a guy, I don't know. I can guesstimate, but the thing I see from him is he's a really twitchy athlete. So he's one of those guys, not the biggest guy, but he looks quick, he looks fast. He looks like a center fielder. I mean, he hit 2 today. I could see Matos. I don't know what he's going to end up being as far as amount of home runs, but he's a 1-2 type hitter. He's a quick guy. He can steal bases. I think he's a center fielder. You could see that athleticism today. So I think
Yaz has made the Slater's a center fielder. The one thing about Matos, he's a good base runner and a base stealer, but he's not straight line fast. He's not,
he's quicker than
guys
fast.
on this.
Yeah.
There's other guys on this team. He gets good reads. He made the second catch he caught today with 2 hands on the ball. He's fine. Today you wanted to get him acclimated. I mean, all off season when they were, trying to add an outfielder here and there, we thought, Yastrzemski was better suited to go to right field and stay there. But, Aaron Judge, would he have played center here? You wound up getting 2 corner outfielders in Haniger and Conforto, John, and Yaz had to stay in center. Do you just plug Matos into center field now, and Slater moves to left, and Yaz moves to right? I mean, they did pinch hit for Matos today, and Yaz wound up eventually going back to center field. But just trying to get a feel for it. And, today, the great thing is, and you've got 3 center fielders, in your outfield. Austin Slater's a center fielder playing left. Yastrzemski's a center fielder playing right. And then you got Matos, who was your actual center fielder.
Well, I think what you just said, you used a great term in baseball, which is organic. Now it's set. There is no what if and if, ands, or buts. It's pretty set. Casey Schmidt's at third. He's got to lay off some pitches. Brandon Crawford's back at short. Estrada's your second baseman. Obviously, Lamont Wade Jr., who people aren't going to talk about the walk that he drew. Gallegos doesn't walk guys. He drew that walk ahead of Yastrzemski's home run. So he's your first baseman. Patrick Bailey is a great catcher. That play that he made at the plate, not a lot of people will talk about, but he blocks off, and I think it was Jordan Walker.
David VR. David VR made the throw.
The throw from VR, and to have Patrick Bailey at the last second block his hand off the plate is an intricate play that people won't talk about. But that saved the run. They lose that game.
May have saved the game.
Because they're down an extra run. So
right.
Bailey's behind the plate, and then you go to the outfield, and like you said, you could play – you could play three center fielders at some point, and then you can still, obviously, Conforto came in, and Conforto's in the game, so if it's a right-hander, he's going to play. But you've got pretty set roles now for this team, at least for the next week or so, while J.D. Davis is dealing with his thing, and Haniger, that's going to be a while.
Without question. And, the story of the game, obviously, is Luis Matos and so much spinning around the guy. And he was just calm. Did you hear FP during the broadcast today say he got on the elevator to go down? It's getaway day today. And the first guy he saw was Matos. And then when Matos got on the bus, he looked everybody in the eye. And he's Venezuelan, so English is not his first language. But he looked everybody in the eye, and he introduced himself when he got on the bus to all the new faces. So he's 21 years of age. But, you heard Joe Rizzo this morning on with Murph and Mac on the pregame show. He knows him so well. We'll get Joe on at some point. It's amazing how these guys have arrived here. And there's so many first-year players, guys that have made their major league debut. Obviously Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey have been, the headliners. But Blake Sable, Ryan Walker, Keaton Wynn came up and blew last night.
Walker was back on track today. That was good to see with that
he looked
slider.
good. And Tristan Beck. And, it's just so many. Then Matos. So, what is that, 8 guys? 7 or 8 guys?
When's the last time this happened?
League?
Seriously, some of it's out of necessity, but these are the organizations, you and I talk about this all the time. The Dodgers do this. Everybody bring up, seems they're going to succeed. The Cardinals in the past have done this. The great organizations just keep bringing up the waves, and you're like, damn. And this is where they are, and this is, I know we got a long way to talk about this. You and I won't pick this up tomorrow. But, this is where the deadline comes in, and some of these teams have seen these young players play a little bit, and they say, all right, and I'm not talking Shohei or anything like that. The Angels are in this thing, and I don't think they're going to move them. But, they need a starting pitcher. The one thing we haven't talked about today is Anthony DeSclafani got through 3. He wasn't good. So now if you're looking at Logan Webb, who's consistently going 7, Alex Cobb was okay last night. But now DeSclafani, you're 3. You're going twice in a week. You're going with openers. Look, I'm not sitting here, hey, let's go for all of it and bring Harrison up right now. I don't think he's quite ready. No. But at the deadline, they got to look at this thing, because you're going to burn your bullpen to hell if you keep having. Junis is in the game in the 4th inning.
But he was great.
Happening. He was good.
The bullpen was extraordinary. Junis, Taylor Rogers, Ryan Walker, Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall. Getting out Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado. That strike 2 to Arenado, that was a high fastball, and he looked at him like, really?
Right on the line.
I don't know what the tracking on it showed. That one looked a little high. And when they do go to the automated strike zone, that will be routinely called a strike. But Arenado, after that, he's like, how am I going to hit this guy? He throws 101 miles per hour, and it's a cut fastball, and then his slider is 91. So you don't want to lean on the bullpen too much, but really the strength of your team right now is the bullpen. The bullpen went 7 innings today, John, gave up 2 hits, no runs after Anthony DeSclafani got knocked. He had 7 strikeouts as well, so it wasn't like his stuff was awful, but he gave up the slam. Giant bullpen struck out 10 today and walked 1. So it's just amazing, and you still got arms. If they want to go opener at some point in L.A., I think Alex Wood's coming back, and then you got.
But that's another short inning guy, right? That's my. Yeah, he only goes through,
but they know how to stagger it. Brebby didn't work today; he could start the game, and they got Manai as well. So at some point, you're probably going to have to add it. But they are going to get Stripling back, and don't go Sean Estes on me and gag.
I'm going to choke on a peanut.
But take it easy. But you are going to get him back, and you're going to get Alex Wood back and take inventory. But now, we were talking about, I don't want to trade Luis Matos. I just saw the guy for a little bit today. You want to see more of him. You don't want to move Schmidt. You don't want to move Bailey. You don't want to move Sable. It's also cheap labor for a long time in baseball. Then you add where you can add. But the one thing I would say, so many of these position players are coming up, John, and doing so well. And look at the minor league system in 1 year. Last year it was awful. Everybody had a down year. Now everybody is cycling back up. It's cyclical. You still got Luciano. You got other guys down in the minors that are going to be
They got some
from.
pitching that is on the way.
Vaughn
That's
Braun.
what's really exciting.
So that's my
Really
question. What starting pitching do they have?
No.
Sorry.
I don't know what happened there.
We did that. We supposed to go to break there, John? Is that our
No,
cue?
we're good.
We got 7 minutes to go. Who's
Danny's
on the horizon? I'm all in for going to get Marcus Stroman and signing him to a long-term deal because a lot of these guys you sign can opt out. Now, is Stripling going to opt out? Probably
Hopefully.
not. Well, he's not.
No, he's
probably
not.
Take it easy on that guy. Would you get on a guy and you won't let up? He will be heard from again, and Sean Manaea as well. But who's the young starters besides Kyle Harrison that you would think
Carson.
maybe we don't need to go get Wisenhunt?
Yeah, Wisenhunt, that kid. There's 2 or 3 of them, but I think if you're starting to look at this thing and say, okay, we're definitely. I mean, I have a thought on the Giants, which is they should always be going for it. Major market teams always be going for it. You don't need to break everything down, and you can get guys to come here, especially you can get pitching to come here. I'm only saying Stroman because I just think his personality matches and what he's doing this year. And if you put him at a 2, then I just think you're in really great shape. Look, I don't want to move any of these guys either, but we both know this too. I don't care what sport we're talking about. You don't want all young guys. You don't want all old guys. You want a mix of guys. And so they know their farm system better than anybody else. Whoever they think is expendable, and the great teams do this, all of a sudden you lose guys, and then everyone bitches and moans. And you know what? Prospects are lottery tickets, and it looks like Schmidt and especially Bailey, and I don't know enough about Matos, but I like him. I mean, I don't want to lose Luciano, but I don't know him well enough. Maybe it's a Luciano that has to go because I don't think you can get much for Bart. I just think Bart is so low, and you don't want to lose a guy, and I get it, and everybody goes back and looks at the moves, the Carlos Beltran move and all that kind of stuff, and I get it. But there's also the point of you're a pretty good team, and outside of what? I mean, even the Dodgers are a team that aren't as dominant as they've been. I like what Arizona's doing, but they're not unbeatable. I mean, you're in a position right
team.
here.
They got a lot of youth on that team.
So, Cincinnati's
and they're going to be in the market for starting
team.
pitching.
Right.
They're going to be all in on Marcus Stroman.
No doubt. So, anyway, I just look, it's fun. This is a fun season. These young guys are fun to watch. But I also think they are short a starter. And we'll see, though. The deadline's a long way away.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is after the 6-13 start, and we wondered, how are they going to do this? Where's this going to come from? They flipped it, and it was, Brandon Crawford hitting a home run against the Mets and Logan Webb shoving, but really it was Casey Schmidt, it was Patrick Bailey, earlier it was Blake Sable, and now you get a jolt of energy from Matos. This is what the farm system is supposed to do. It doesn't always do it, and here you are now. They're 36-32, John. They're 4 games over 500. For the first time since July of last year, and you're going to L.A. after a day off, and the Dodgers will play tonight with Kershaw. We'll see what they got against the White Sox, but you're only 2.5 games behind the L.A. Dodgers. And then L.A. got off to a mediocre start, 13-13, and they pulled away, but Arizona's got a 3-game lead on them. So, yeah, the wild card certainly. I mean, right now you're in the playoffs as far as being a wild card team, but let's just stay hot and see what they can do. As far as going to Dodger Stadium, they haven't been there all year, obviously, and only going to go there twice. But right now, your 3 wild card teams in the National League are Dodgers, Marlins, and Giants. So
crazy.
this is going to be a spicy weekend at Dodger Stadium.
This is awesome. I mean, this is what you want. You're playing your best baseball, and it's still the Dodgers division. I mean, I respect what the Diamondbacks are doing, but go into L.A. and see what you're made of here, and now, get some more knowledge, see how these young players play in a I'm not going to call it a pressure-packed series, but it's a big series in L.A., and see how these guys react to it. I think certainly Patrick Bailey will react well. It's fun. Here's the other thing about the Giants. They've got payroll flexibility with all these young guys. You just pointed that out. They got payroll flexibility. Aaron Judge didn't sign. Carlos Correa didn't work out. They got payroll flexibility, so they can add. They're in an enviable position if these young guys are actually as legitimate as they've looked early on.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they have a lot of room. Andrew Bagley broke it down as far as being up against the what do they call it, the competitive balance tax. I don't quite understand it. It's like the NBA's CBA. I got a headache when I get involved in this. I don't even want to be involved, but Andrew will join us on Friday and break it down a little bit, because we were talking about getting Stroman last Friday at P&I, and I mentioned trading Bard, and we got into it with Andrew, and Bags wrote a big piece about it when Stroman shoved on Friday night. So you think they do have some room, Dad? And then obviously he's a walk guy. He's going to opt out of his contract, but for the time being, they're finding a way to win even when the starter goes short, John, and pretty amazing. Is that it? We're done? Speaking of going short, I just warmed up.
Yeah, I know.
We're done?
That's not even an appetizer. Like, I had a couple of shrimp cocktails, dipped it in there, and that's it. Yeah, it's not.
The jumbo prawn?
I would like a jumbo.
I'm ready to eat now.
I'm telling you, my diet is just the worst. I can't have a jumbo prawn. I couldn't have cocktail sauce.
What are you allowed to eat now since you're Johnny Mayanis?
I seriously, I'm like a toddler. It's like basically baby food.
Gerbers? You're going Gerbers?
You want your carrots?
No solid foods at all?
No.
What are you going, split
What is
pea?
it called? It's called, I don't know, the doctor had some term for it. I was on the phone with him today. I don't even know. It's a dumb term. It's not. It just basically sounds like...
you've lived on a liquid diet your entire life.
Totally different.
This is a different form of a liquid diet, you might say?
Yeah, I was talking to our old friend Mike Holler up in management now, and he was at the Sonoma races on Sunday, and so I was giving him grief about it, and I said, "You're up there on a liquid diet. I'm down here on a totally different liquid diet, not the fun kind." So I've graduated to like liquid 2. Soft liquid, that's what they call it. Soft liquid diet is what I'm on. Yeah, really great stuff. No, that's not the same. That's not the same.
Can you have alcohol? In seriousness, can you have alcohol?
No.
You can't have alcohol at all?
No.
Oh, what is it, the Mancheron? Is that why?
I wouldn't care about that. It's just I think it would burn a hole in me or something right now. I don't know. It's very strange.
They already did.
Yes,
Johnny
I know.
Lane.
That's a good point.
All
right, that's
glad
it.
to have you back, brother.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back. That was fun. We got Magic Giants hats today.
We do. I got my rally cap on. Sweet.
That's nice. Sweet. What was it?
Sweet.
First
the
time
Cardinals.
Since
what are they
June of
do?
'98.
Do you
By the
want
way,
John Flaherty now that he pissed everybody off in your club?
Oh, I like that. I like it. You got the sweet. Oh, that's nice.
I do.
A little dirt on it. A little experience.
Yeah, I do.
By the way, real quick before we get out of here, you just mentioned it was the first time since 98 they swept the Cardinals. June of '98, June 14, 1998. I sent you guys the press pass. Jordan hit the shot over Brian Russell 25 years ago today.
The former Atlanta Falcon. The former Atlanta Falcon.
No, Brian Russell,
I'm thinking of Jordan.
Forward for the Jazz. Yeah, Michael Jordan.
You're going there.
Michael Jordan in Utah with the bad pizza over Brian Russell 25 years ago today was that show.
Was that today?
25 years ago
I was
today.
in a bar in San Antonio, Texas watching that.
I was crouched over with a headset on ready to go to the Bulls locker room, and he hit that shot.
Marv was saying, "Jordan, despite the bad pizza."
Oh, I saw a lot of Marv, man. I saw a lot of Marv in there.
I miss Marv.
I love him. All right, we got to get out of here. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Got warmed up.
I know.
I just gargled.
I feel like
nothing else?
I feel like I'm 18. That's it. It was quick. Hope it was good for you.
Wow.
All right. Hope it was good for you.
So much build-up for 20 minutes.
Exactly. All right, we'll see you for the Thursday edition of the show. Very little credit to Danny and Walter today.
Guest list was outstanding.
Yes, it was outstanding. It was outstanding. All right, tomorrow for the Thursday edition of the show, Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Excuse me. I'm choking on a peanut.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're going to be joined today by Zach Fresh and Fruity Bayrouty. I don't know. We're going to talk a little Matos, River Cats, Giants minor league. Zach Fresh and Fruity.
He's fresh and fruity.
There you
it's
go.
Bayrouty. Another homer. That's about as sterling as you could get in a nickname.
Oh, man. And the Reds take the lead. Casey Pratt joins us at 3:30. We'll talk about the A's game last night, which was pretty entertaining. Didn't even care about the game, be honest with you. I was just there for the ambiance.
Which ended up being pretty entertaining, by the way.
Yes.
The game itself was a good game.
Susan Slusser. Kirk Reuter. Love Woody. Love talking to Woody.
Hell yeah.
So you willing to admit that you're wrong about the reverse boycott?
No, I still think it was lame. I think
Really?
I think I'm justified in my thinking it was lame. I think it played out. Look, I don't want to act like. I think A's fans took it, and I get it. A's fans don't want to hear from a Giants fan talking about any of this. I totally get why there was blowback on my end. Now, I also heard from a handful of A's fans that are friends of mine that I grew up with. Noted Ted Ramey, diehard A's fan. He thought it was lame. And he thought the same thing I did, that I understand what their point was to show the national media, and we talked to Bruce Jenkins about it yesterday. We'll talk more about it with Casey Pratt. And I was trolling a little bit yesterday, but I know that the point was to say, hey, it's not that nobody's showing up because people don't care. We do care. We do have a fan base here that would like to come to games, would like to root on our fans. And I bet you that of the 20, what they have, 27 grand or something, something around that 30 grand. Of those 30,000, I would bet you that most of those are actual diehard into A's baseball, A's fans. And I'm all in on that. The issue I have is more about, and if you're blindly saying as an A's fan, look, we just need a way to say F you to the ownership, and this was the way to do that, that's cool. If you think that it's something that's going to have ripple effects on what happens with the organization, I think that's a little blind and a little tone deaf as to what's going on with the business of the game. I also understand that fans need an outlet and a way to say, I hate what's going on. That said, 50,000 people showed up for a playoff game 3 years ago against the exact same team, and nobody really gave a damn. If this game had sold out and you put people in the third deck and you had 60,000 strong and they were going nuts the same way they were last night, and I think credit to the A's fans that went out and were doing the sell the team chant. Then they did the big do the silent moment. I thought was the first out of the fifth inning.
Yep.
I thought that was cool. It was like a base hit up the line and nobody made a noise at all. I was like, this is sort of cool. They were in unison. And so to those fans, I tip my cap. I understand you needed an outlet, and I apologize for any sort of disdain that I created or hatred I created, because you didn't want to hear from me and my take on it. I just thought that it was a weird way to go about it. But I also, on the other side of things, understand the middle finger. I also think that if you sell out yesterday and 60,000 strong come out, it looks a little bit different than it would have, or than it did.
See, I think here's the problem. Here's your problem.
Please, tell me my problem.
Your problem.
What's my problem?
You got caught up in the name.
What's my deal?
You got caught up in the name.
The name?
You got caught up into the reverse boycott.
Yes,
if they would have said it's F you to Fisher night, you would have been totally on board with it.
You nailed it, Tom. You know what?
The name, you got hung up on the name a little bit, and you couldn't get over that. If they would have said hashtag middle finger to Fisher or F to Fisher, you would have been, this is sweet.
Yeah, I'd have been like first row. I'd have been there. Double guns.
Cavill
you go
sucks night.
Cavill sucks night. I'm there with a
How about Cavill knee pads night? I mean, that would have been.
Oh, dude, yeah. Everybody rocks knee pads.
Everybody rocks like Akeem Olajuwon, the old school Patrick Ewing knee pads.
See, maybe some elbow pads.
Maybe elbow pads too, like Paul Mulcahy.
Exactly.
That'd have been incredible.
Some goggles.
You would have been down with that. You would have been, because to me, that was the whole point of the thing. It's not going to change anything.
No.
They're not selling the team because of what happened last night. They're not going to magically stay because of what happened last night. But they wanted one last unified FU.
And I can understand
this guy.
that.
Yeah,
that I understand.
Them.
But nobody said that to me. I understand that. But nobody really said that. It seemed like it was supposed to be this. It meant more. It had these ripple effects. If it was as simple as F you, dude, screw you. On the day where you get notified that you're going to get your $380 million public funding, we're still saying F you. I tip my cap in that regard, because I don't blame you for wanting to do that. And I think that every A's fan feels that way. I also side with the A's fan that says, I'm not showing up to give that guy a dime of my money. Now, what Derek did yesterday, our resident A's fan here, He went out to the parking lot, was a part of the whole FU celebration beforehand, but said, I'm not going in. I'm not spending my money at the stadium. And that I was like, dude, props to you. That's a good way to do it, Derek.
Well done.
I thought that's good on you. Going out, being a part of the ambiance, being a part of that vibe, and not getting left out in the cold, and being able to fly your bird at Fisher, who probably wasn't even there.
Yeah.
And then here's what's even worse. What's even worse about all this, Dave Cavell then saying that they're donating the proceeds from the tickets yesterday to like community stuff within the city of Oakland. And I'm like, now you're pulling the rug out from under them on their boycott. You're like, they understand. They decided if you were going, you know what, I get that I'm giving him my money, but that's not the point of this. I'm going one more time to flip you off and say F you. But for them to say, now we're going to give back to the community. Well, now we're going to give this money to, like, screw you, Cavell.
That was so
screw you, man.
Disingenuous.
That's so dirty.
Because they could have done that. Fisher has enough money to do that whenever he wants to.
You wouldn't pay the minor leaguers, man.
Yeah,
you know
this guy wanted to have minor leaguers live out near the Home Depot in Alameda, the little Alameda-Oakland border there, where they got a little what do I want to call it? It looks like an RV, like an RV storage place from 1974, where wheels are optional for your RV. They're just sitting out there.
Wheels optional.
That's where he wants his minor leaguers to live. Like, this guy, I don't want to hear any amount of generosity from this guy, because this guy is just a hoarder of money and doesn't care about the community. He won't care about the Vegas community. It's an absolute joke. The effort he's put forth to try and make this team competitive, just does not care at all. So to do something like that, pull something like that, and expect there are going to be people out there. Now, look, there will be people that benefit from it, and good for them. I'm happy for them, and I'm glad the money went to a better cause than going into the pockets of Fisher and company. But don't expect people to say, oh, you know what, that's really nice, good job. No, you should have done that years ago. And you might still be here if you'd invested money into the team, into the community. People would embrace you. Like, I don't even know if I asked A's fans right now, would you rather have the team leave or have it stay here with Fisher as the owner? Like, if Fisher decided, you know what, we are going to stay here, would they be okay with that, or would they just say, screw it, we don't even want you. We love you.
It's a great question.
Yeah, we love the A's, but we hate you so much. We're just not. No, we're not. We don't want you around, period, even though we're going to lose our team. But I will say this. Props to the people that showed up. To me, again, it was just F.U. Fisher night, and you succeeded wildly in that. The only hope I had was that he had to sit there and watch it. I mean, he's probably in another country somewhere, didn't pay attention to it, didn't even know what was going on.
Said he was buying diamonds somewhere.
Yeah.
I said blood diamonds was probably what he's buying.
It would have been great if it had to watch it. Like, sit there and watch it and listen to the fans and see the fans and wear that.
Pretty good signs, too, by the way. There were some pretty good signs out there.
One last time. And, I mean, at least the owner in Major League, the female owner, sat in center field. I mean, she was up there.
She was actively rooting against him.
She was wearing it when they got rolling.
Yeah. And she wasn't wearing it at the end.
No, she was not wearing anything, just pasties. That was about it. Yeah.
Somebody had that sign.
I'll give them all a nice big bleep burger to eat.
Somebody had Cavell with the leopard skin print being taken off of him with his face over the woman. That was props to the A's fan signs last night. There were some really, really funny ones, and we'll get to plenty more of this. We are going to catch up with Casey Pratt, who's been all over this stuff at 3:30. Tip our cap to the A's fans who went out last night. It was a cool game to watch on television. Props to you guys who were cheering and booing your owner, hoping he'd sell the team. Also, thank God for the outcome for the A's fans, huh? Like, if it's 11-1 Rays, maybe it doesn't have the same impact, but it's 2-1 come from behind win, the hottest team in baseball.
If they win like 30 in a row, they can be back to 500.
7 in a row for the A's. You know who else is hot? Your San Francisco Giants. First sweep in St. Louis since 1998. Huge comeback win for the Giants. We'll discuss today's win and the sweep of the Cardinals next. We're down to their final strike before Yastrzemski tied it up in the ninth. It's Tolbert and Copes. Giants sweep the Cards right here on the Sports Leader. Giants sweep the Cardinals. After an 8-5 come-from-behind win, Mike Yastrzemski with a home run to tie it. Giants were down to their final strike. 2-run blast brought them back. They won it in extras. Check out more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Gallegos comes set. A look to second. He throws. Yastrzemski swings and belts it high and deep. Right field. It's got a chance. It is gone. Mike Yastrzemski, with the Giants down to their final strike, has just tied the game in the 9th inning with a 2-run home run. This crowd is stunned. 5-5 in the 9th.
Great job, brother.
Giants had gone from the first inning to the 7th inning. I guess it was after the first inning until the 7th, before a runner had reached base. They started to just get shut down after they reached base in the first. They were trailing 4-0, then 5-0. They come roaring back for an 8-5 victory to beat the Cardinals in their first sweep in St. Louis since 1998. Should let you know, Tolbert & Co. sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. I haven't double-checked this stat, but I believe 36-32, 4 games over, is the best they've been above 500 this year. Am I right on that?
I think you're right.
4 games over now after that 3-game sweep. They were 1 over heading into St. Louis, and it was a fun series in terms of what this means for where the Giants are going, and it was a fun series setting up maybe an even more fun series this weekend in L.A., a 3-game set against the Dodgers, where the Giants are behind them in second place. Giants are in third. A couple of games back of the Dodgers. We'll get you the standings in just a few minutes here, but that's going to be a fun series. They were down to their final strike today. Yaz hits a 2-run game-tying homer in the 9th to tie it at 5. Luis Matos makes his debut. Patrick Bailey, I'm just impressed that he caught day game after a night game. Goose yard last night. Yeah. He was fantastic this entire
Young
series.
legs, baby.
There's lots to talk about as far as the Giants and where they're going. DeSclafani wasn't very good today. At all.
He hasn't been.
I mean, yet again, we're talking about the rotation. Let's start there. Let's start with DeSclafani.
Well, let me give you this real quick. Dodgers are now 2.5 games ahead of the Giants.
There you go. Heading into a 3-game series.
38-29 for the Dodgers, 36-32 for the Giants.
And they play tonight.
5.5 behind the Diamondbacks, who, believe it or not, now have, I think they're tied for the best record in the National League.
My God.
I know, exactly. The Braves won today. So I think the Braves are 41-26, and the who'd have thought that Diamondbacks tie with the Braves for the best record in the National League.
So Braves are in Game 2 of a doubleheader now, so
Correct.
they could pull a half game up, but they are 41-26. The Diamondbacks play later against Philadelphia. Merrill Kelly on the hill. He's 8-3 with a 2.92. He's having a great season.
Yeah, him and Gallen are about as good as it gets. 1-2 punch.
It's a good 1-2, and then the Dodgers in action. They're 38-29. They're at home tonight against the White Sox. So we're 29-39. It'll be Clevenger for the Sox against Kershaw tonight. He's 8-4 with a 2.95. But for DeSclafani, for the Giants, best thing right now for them is it doesn't feel like any. I mean, again, you're down 7 runs. It's a little bit different, but 5 runs wasn't too many for them to come back from. They've got the bullpen arms to shut teams down when they get into the later innings. They can grind out at bats. They've got enough guys where they can make swaps. They gave up their designated hitter today, and it worked out. They gave up their DH to get Jock Peterson in the game. You double switch him in, so you lose the DH. They end up taking advantage of a rule in extra innings where then you don't have to have your pitcher be the runner on second. You can go to the runner before, and that was Mike Yastrzemski. He comes in. They put up 3 runs in the 9th, and they come back and win this thing. But what's resilient about this team, and it's kind of what I was saying when I was comping them to the 0-2 A's last week, it's not so much about the talent. It's that, and we said this, up and down the lineup, they can grind at bats. Guys can get on base. And just about every day, you've got a different guy who can come through with the big hit. Yastrzemski's hit it a couple of times now, but they can get on you fast. They put up 11 runs yesterday in that win. So, I mean, they poured it on in that final game against the Cubs. They proved they could do it here, and they won in different ways against St. Louis.
Look, I don't know what the bullpen ERA is the last couple weeks, but it has to be the best in baseball. Every time I look, they're just throwing up 0 after 0 after 0. I think it started in, I don't know what their bullpen ERA was or how many runs they gave up against the Cubs, but I know even if
the series in Colorado is the one you were really
even if we count Manaea, I think they gave up 3 runs in Colorado. Their bullpen gave up 3, and it gave up none again today. I think it gave up none. Yes, and Logan Webb start. I'm not sure. I have to go back and look see what they gave up yesterday, but The bullpen has just been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. If they get behind, they come in, shut the door, gives them a chance to come back. I mean, down 5-2, and they get a couple more runs. It's pretty. I want to say it's over, but chances are it's over. Shut the door. Give you a chance to come up with that 2-run homer in the 9th inning to tie it up. So the bullpen has just been lights out, just awesome. And the starting pitching has scuffled. It's almost like it's reversed. Early on, the starting pitching was good and the bullpen was scuffling, and then the starting pitching hasn't been great, but they're good enough to keep them in a game, and then the bullpen takes over. Once the bullpen takes over, it's just been over. You can't get runs off the bullpen right now. It's tough to score off the guys coming in out of the pen. So timely hitting in bullpen is the reason right now. And look, they're playing the Cardinals, who are they're not good. They're you want to talk about a major season-long scuffle. This team just finds ways to lose games. It's a weird feeling sometimes. You know you're going to lose, now you're going to win, or just waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it seems like that's what the Cardinals are at right now, even if they get a lead.
I was hyped when Matos came in.
Yeah,
I saw Matos. I was like, dude, he's 0-6. What are they doing? I was
that was the greatest rotation that never was.
I was like, what are we doing here?
The greatest rotation that never was.
The Mets.
DeGrom.
Yep.
The Dark Knight.
Matt Harvey.
Syndergaard.
Yep.
And Mats. That was like going to be that they were going to win World Series.
And Gesellman. Yeah.
Forgot about him.
They had another guy too, a righty. I feel like too.
But that was supposed to be like that was going to be the Braves of the 90s all over again.
Yeah, they were stacked.
Like just stacked. And we're going to stack wins and stack championships. And DeGrom battled injuries pretty much his entire career. Syndergaard has battled injuries the last 2 or 3 years. Isn't nearly the pitcher he was. Harvey just lost it, and he was bad the last probably 4 years he pitched out of baseball. And then Mats isn't nearly what they thought he was going to be. He's just very, very average, if that, right now. So I always think about that. You never know. You look at it, and pitching is so fragile. You think you have it, which it's even more amazing that the Braves pitchers were able to do what they were able to do for the length of time they were able to do it. Like, you could almost just write Smoltz, Glavine, and Maddox in every year. You're like, what do we have here? Probably close to 60 wins out of those three. We know we're getting innings. We know we're getting quality innings. Those guys are good. And they were. And then you mixed in, Millwood or Avery or somebody like that, and they'd come in and they'd be nails too. But they were just absolutely incredible. I don't know why Mazzoni rocked back and forth so much. Why was the guy so damn nervous? I'd have been like,
he knew it worked.
Come get me in the 7th.
He's rocked.
Come get me in the 7th or 8th, and we'll see what's going on. But yeah, that Mets rotation, because you had DeGrom, 100+, Syndergaard, 100+, Harvey, close to 100, high 90s, and then Mats. I mean, those guys were, and then just whoosh.
They're all gone.
Just fell apart. Just completely fell apart. And none of them are with the team that they were with. One's out of baseball, one's with the Cardinals, one with the Dodgers, and one with the Rangers, who hasn't even pitched this year. So, Mats is, when he came in, I was like, okay, they're in business.
He's 0-7 on the year now.
They're in business. They're in business.
Yeah, anybody not named Jordan Hicks is good. Anyways, ERA isn't all that good, but relievers, sometimes that stuff gets ballooned after one bad outing. We will talk more about the young guys, but what'd you think? Just first look at Matos. We'll get into more of this on the other side.
He looked the part.
Pretty sweet, dude.
He looked the part. I mean, he just looks like an athlete, right? He just looks like he's going to be able to. And I think just watching him, he looks fluid.
Yeah.
Just fluid.
He looks like a big leaguer, man. He looks like you said it right. He's an athlete. He's smooth with the way he carries himself. He kind of glides in the outfield. I was watching some of his highlights, and Dave Fleming was talking about this early in the game. We talked about Patrick Bailey winning a Gold Glove and Casey Schmidt. I mean, you're bringing up guys now who are making your team stout defensively in some key spots. Catcher, they say build the middle. Center field, you got a Gold Glove caliber center fielder out there. He was voted the best defender in all of minor league baseball.
I know.
Not just at his position. He was rated as one of the best defenders in all of baseball, regardless of position. So a guy with some pop, a guy who can hit for average, a guy with some speed. He got his first big league hit today. Farhan told us last week, might take an injury for Luis Matos to get called up almost a week later. It's exactly what happens. Mitch Haniger breaks his forearm. Matos is here. We'll talk about his debut next. It's Tolbert and Copes, Wednesday afternoon. Zach Bayrouty, voice of the Sacramento River Cats, going to join us in about 20 minutes to talk about all these young studs for the Giants right here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I look at what Luis is doing in Sacramento right now, and you can't help but be really excited. But I think it would probably take losing somebody for some period of time.
Matos, who started this year in Double-A, was promoted to Sacramento. And now here he is in the big leagues. Just 21 years old. Next pitch, he swings, sharp ground ball, left side and through, a base hit. Past the diving DeYoung at short. Slater to second, and Luis Matos with a sharp single to left in his first major league at-bat.
Here he is. Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi. That was on with us last week talking about Luis Matos, and we said, it makes it a little bit easier when a guy's a 40-man guy already, and I think the way I phrased it is there's two ways you can break into the big leagues. You can force your way onto the roster, or an injury can lead the way for you, which is kind of what happened with Casey Schmidt and even with Patrick Bailey. They needed the depth. Matos forced his way really up here, and they were just waiting for an opportunity, I think, to bring him up, because within minutes of the injuries on back-to-back pitches last night to J.D. Davis and to Mitch Haniger, who, by the way, it's a tough deal for him. You don't want to see it happen this way. Breaks his forearm. They think if he doesn't need surgery, it could be 4 to 6 weeks. If it's a displaced fracture and he does need surgery, could be a bit longer than that. So we may not see him till August or even September. But an opportunity for Matos here, who was tearing the cover off the ball in AAA at 21 years and 137 days. He's the youngest Giant to make his debut since Madison Bumgarner. 20 years old and 38 days back in 2009. I was there for that game for Bumgarner. He's the youngest position player since Connor Gillespie did it back in 2008. As Alex Pavlovic put it, if you're lumping him in with those two guys, apparently he's going to kill the Mets at some point. So I'll take it. Let's pay attention to what Matos does against the Mets, but gets a knock in his first at bat. You said he looks smooth in center field. What's getting exciting now is the guys the Giants are calling up are starting to make impacts. And I don't know that, you can't expect him to come up and hit 350 the way he was hitting in AAA, but I think to have expectations for this guy are okay. They anticipate he is a 5-tool caliber player. I don't know that we're looking at 35, 40 homers, but I'm expecting big things average-wise and defensively for this guy.
Yeah, it makes it sound like he's probably, ideally, hopefully, 300 hitter, 15, 20 bombs, somewhere around there, can steal some bases, and can play a Gold Glove center field. And he'll sign up for that right now. But the defense, the last 3 guys now that they've brought up are all premium defenders. Yeah. Third base, center field, behind the dish. And that'll make the team better right away. Now, if Bailey can keep hitting the way he's going to cool down at some point. We've seen Schmidt go through it. He got hot right off the rip, and now he's cooled down a little bit. But the glove plays, and we'll see what this guy does offensively, but the glove plays, and they just keep bringing up premium defenders, and I love that. And another thing I've noticed too, just to go off topic for a second, over the last, not only has the bullpen been great the last few weeks.
I got some numbers for you on that.
They haven't been striking out. You look at their strikeouts. I looked real quick at the last, I think, the series against the Cardinals. I don't think they struck out, 8 times, maybe 9. They didn't get to double digits one time in this series. And I think against the Cubs as well, they didn't strike out 10 times, unless it was game 1. I don't know if I looked at that one. But they've been putting the bat on the ball. I talked about the 0-2 counts last night where they put the bat on the ball. They've been doing a better job of just putting the ball in play and making the defense make a play. But
6.67 over the series against the Cardinals.
Is that what it was? Yeah. I mean, that's awesome.
That's third in baseball over the last 3 games.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. There's a different juice to the team right now.
Yep.
I think everyone felt it when Schmidt came up. At least I did. And then you feel it even a little bit more when Bailey comes up and he starts playing well. And now Matos is up. It's just a different juice. You love to see the young guys. You love to see guys coming up from the minor league system. And then when they perform, and I assume Harrison's going to be up at some point this year. Like I don't know what his role will be, but if the rotation keeps going as is, he'll be up at some point, whether he's pitching 5 innings, 6 innings, whatever the case may be, maybe on a pitch count, not sure. But, yeah, it's just exciting. It's fun to see young guys come up and perform, especially when it's been so long since someone came up and really kind of it did something.
Captured our imagination.
Yeah.
That's really it.
I mean, I've been watching, I watch the Angels a lot. Zach Neto, their shortstop, came up this year, and he's been killing it. It's like, God, this is fun to watch somebody from the minor league system come up and play. And this is like 3 guys. And, a Rule 5 guy, Blake Sable, who's a young guy too. So
phenomenal, by the way. Blake
it's just
Snell.
fun. It is. It adds a whole, and I think they feel it too. They've talked about it. The whole energy. You get the young energy. The guys that are playing for the first time. You can kind of see the game through their eyes a little bit, because I think pro athletes can get jaded a little bit. You've been around so long, you're just into your routine. I'm gonna work out after the game. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that, and maybe you lose a little bit of the excitement from time to time, especially over 162 games. These guys, man, they're juiced to play every game. It's like awesome. They're walking into these ballparks for the first time in their careers, facing these pitchers for the first time in their careers. The team has been winning since Schmidt came up, so they're starting to have some success and feeding off the success. And it's just it's fun to see. I mean, to me, this is as much fun as I've had watching this team. Certainly since the 107 win year, but even the couple years through 2-3 years before that,
there was some duds there because here's what you're saying, and we keep saying hope. They have more hope, sure, but if we're going to put it into if we're going to define what that hope is, it's that coming into this season, we talked a lot about the prospects last year. Part of this is unexpected too, right? Because of what happened with the prospects last season, where we were led to believe based on the powers that be saying, hey, we don't want any of your prospects for our big-time player in Juan Soto. I'd love to go see what Mackenzie Gore is doing and what some of the players are doing that the Nationals got for Juan Soto. Go back and see, hey, would it have been a better swap to get some of the players the Giants were offering or willing to offer at that point? Were they willing to offer Logan Webb? I don't really know if he was the one untouchable player or if they said, yeah, he's on the table as well. Anyway, if you're going to define what the hope is, it's that when we looked at the roster coming into this season, I think you and I both said, yeah, we could see him as good as maybe 85, 86, 87 if all the pieces work, and maybe as low as 75, 77 wins, something like that. We thought they were in the window that of the win total they were in last year because you had no thought of prospects coming up and being impact guys. We thought we were going to get a bunch of, and not to knock Brett Wisely or some of the other soft-hitting guys, but we were anticipating seeing some of that. When these guys come up, they raise your level of alertness to being maybe they will be 500, but they could be even better because we've seen young guys come up and have this impact before. When Lincecum came up in 07, they weren't very good. Then in 08, they're okay, Lincecum wins the Cy Young. 09, he wins the Cy, but they win 88 games. They improved by 15 games from 07 or 08 to 09. Then in 10, you're in the mix, 12, you're in the mix, and so on and so forth. You bring up guys like this. You've got Logan Webb locked up. You've got foreseeable futures of guys like potentially J.D. Davis, who looks like he could be an all-star. Tyro is here. And now you've got elements that weren't part of the team at the start of the year that made you think, hey, if they're a 500 team then, what are they with these guys here? If Matos can do a portion of what he did in AAA, I think sky's the limit, even for this season. I think you've improved yourself dramatically, both offensively and defensively.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about that. Now, we all have to, and it's hard to temper enthusiasm a little bit because it's still, even though Schmidt's been here the longest out of the guys that have been called up, we're starting to see a cooling process.
Yeah.
And they'll start leveling out. And we'll start figuring out exactly what type of players they are. But like I said, the glove plays, and the glove's always going to play. But the other thing is, too, he's called them up, and I don't know what's going to happen with Matos. He's going to be around for a while now with Haniger on the shelf. But they haven't – look, Bart got healthy. They didn't send Bailey back down.
No, they didn't.
Bart's the one that went back down, and the only reason Bailey got called up is because Bart was hurt. I don't even think they were thinking about calling him up, but they're kind of running out of catchers.
They needed to do it.
Even the catcher we have isn't even really a catcher, so we need a good defensive catcher. They called him up. He took advantage. Boom. He's here. I don't think he's going anywhere. Schmidt came up, got hot off the rip. He's here. I don't think he's going anywhere. And then we'll see what happens with Matos. But your fear is, they call him up, and then they're not quite as good, and they send him back down so they can get at-bats every game. They got to get their at-bats every week.
Well, that's what they said. That's Farhan said about Matos. He's got to play. They weren't going to bring him up to platoon.
Yeah.
And they did do that with Elliot Ramos earlier this year.
Yes.
Remember, they needed a right-handed bat?
Right.
And
that's right.
That's kind of what Farhan said is we're not doing that with Matos. If he's coming up, he's playing.
Yep.
So they bring him up today, hits second.
Yeah.
Gets a base knock first at bat.
So, again, I'm not going to say this is all set in stone. It could change because all these guys are young and they don't have a baseball card yet. But it's... Again, I think most Giant fans would probably agree that it just feels different. It feels different. Well, of course, they're coming off a sweep of the Cardinals, so that always helps. But even when they were losing or even when they were playing just a little bit over 500, it still feels different watching this team now because you're looking at a team that you think can compete now, And I'm not saying for a World Series. I'm saying compete for the playoffs. And then a team that you start looking at and going, okay, we're going to be okay in the future. Like, we're starting to get some of these guys that are going to be here for a while. And we haven't even seen Harrison yet. Luciano is a guy that we haven't seen yet. That, like, he was the marquee player of all these guys. And that's the beauty of the minors, right? You get the marquee guys, and all of a sudden other guys start coming up, and they start performing. Like, I knew of Bailey. I didn't think much of him. Every time you look at his numbers, and he doesn't hit very well. He can't hit. He can't hit. Really good defensively, but he can't hit. Oh, he's hitting really, really well up here. He's over 300, had two more hits a day, and then we've seen what Schmidt can do. So no, it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch the mix that they have right now.
By the way, I got to apologize to the text line. Everybody crushing me because I was like, yeah, Giants scoreless in the first, 4 for the Cardinals. And I was sitting here looking at my box score on the MLB app here on my tablet. Like, it slides over when you get to the 10th. And I was sitting here being like, swear to God, the Giants were leading in this game. But I guess I was wrong. I just assumed, like, I was the stoned idiot or something. You know, I was like, I must have been wrong. No, I was the stoned idiot.
Yeah, they scored 2 in the first.
And then went down 4-2 in the second.
Is it because the box score got slid over?
Yeah, see how it slides over there? Yeah, see how then it moves. And I was like, damn.
Yeah.
And then the text line's like, Copes, you should know they scored 2 in the first. I was like, yeah, I thought I did. I was like, I swore that happened this morning. Then I was like, am I on the right date? I don't know what's going on. By the way, Casey Schmidt grounded to the double play. Brings me back to my argument. You should still get an RBI for ground into a double play. I still believe in that. I still think you should get it. Much like Jeff Van Gundy thinks you should get an assist if your guy makes 2 free throws.
No.
No.
But if your guy beats it out at first, you get the RBI. Because the fielder's choice, then you get the RBI, but not if you record 2 outs. Anyway, Giants are exciting. Bringing up Luis Matos today. By the way, tough deal for Mitch Haniger. Like, his body wasn't even cold yet, and we were like, dude, does this mean Matos is coming? I was like, man,
he wasn't even off the field yet.
Dude, he hadn't even had, like, his x-ray done yet. He didn't know if he was out for weeks. They're like, is Matos, is he coming up? J.D. Davis was not.
Dude, it was like that scene from Naked Gun. The ball was halfway to Haniger, about to hit him. You're like, oh, Matos.
Yeah, Matos. Let's go.
Oh,
come on.
He takes one in the forearm.
Nice. Dude, tough way to go down, too. Shatters his forearm.
Oh, that's
so
rough,
you're hoping
man.
not a displaced fracture.
Rough.
He was the most expensive free agent. The Giants spent money on this offseason, so hoping he gets back okay, but we'll see what Matos can do. Zach Bayrouty, the voice of the Sacramento River Cats, he has seen a whole lot of Luis Matos, who, by the way, before he got called up, from last night's game, in 116 plate appearances, was hitting .398, 7 homers, 20 ribs, had stolen 6 bases, only been caught once, 7 walks, 8 strikeouts. Love to see that. I'll tell you more about those notes a little bit later, as we'll talk to Zach Bayrouty, voice of the River Cats, next. Giants win today 8-5, a come-from-behind win, a season-best 4 games over 500. It's Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Love to see it.
With Mitch Haniger's fractured forearm, Luis Matos was called up today and made his big league debut. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Giants get the win today, 8-5 over the St. Louis Cardinals. First sweep in St. Louis since 1998. Screw the Cards, man. Nice to hammer the Cards in St. Louis. Here to talk a bit about that, but more about the minor leaguers and the debut of Luis Matos, the play-by-play voice of the Sacramento River Cats. Zach Bayrouty joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. What's up, Zach? Welcome to the Tolbert and Cope Show, man. How are you?
Great. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, man. Exciting times for Giants baseball. I always wonder about, and I've got family out in Sacramento, and I've talked to them about this for years, and I used to talk to Johnny Doskow about this when they were an A's affiliate, that players and fans out there, being a fan of a AAA town like that is unique because you fall in love with some of these great guys and you want to see them get elevated. But what's cool about Sacramento is you can watch your favorite guys come up, have great success, and then drive an hour and a half and see them here in San Francisco, which I'm sure a lot of Sacramento River Cats fans are doing with Bailey Schmidt and Matos today.
Yeah, for 14 years, I started my career in Stockton with the Stockton Ports. It was a very similar dynamic with the A's prospects, and they had a lot of those high-level A's prospects come up through Stockton, and then fans got to go to Oakland to see them, and it's the same thing, and obviously used to be that way with the A's in Sacramento, but it's such a great marriage right now, and there's such a synergy between the two cities going back a couple of years to – you go back to that 107-win team in 2021, and most of the guys who finished the year on that Giants team started the year with the River Cats. So it's really cool to see, and it's happening again here in 23.
So after watching Matos, what are the things that jump out at you?
The bat-to-ball skills are otherworldly. I mean, there's stuff that can't be taught with him. He's got the fast twitch, and he's got unbelievable bat-to-ball skills. And he's a very capable outfielder. The arm strength, I'm not quite sure yet on that, but he patrolled the outfield great no matter the station they put him at, and they wanted him to get a feel for all three spots in the outfield, and he excelled wherever they put him. So, I know the defense is kind of secondary, and everybody talks about the bat, but the defense is there. And he's a bad ball hitter. Like, he makes ridiculous contact.
Nice.
And that goes back to the bat-to-ball skills. But that could also get him in trouble. I mean, the Giants wanted to see him work himself into better counts this year, and he was able to do that. And you saw the results with his numbers in Sacramento.
Talking to Zach Bayrouty, play-by-play voice of the Sacramento River Cats. Luis Matos, 1 for 3 today in his big league debut. He was hitting .398 down in Sacramento. Tell me about you're talking about the bat-to-ball skills, and they wanted him to go deeper into counts. I'm looking at his Double-A numbers, only 31 games in Double-A, 17 walks to just 12 strikeouts, and then he comes on up to Triple-A, 7 walks to 8 strikeouts. It was a great note Tom and I were talking about where he has a 600-plus slugging percentage in the minors this year. He had over 100 plate appearances, and his strikeout percentage was less than 7%. Going back to 06, the only other minor leaguer to post those numbers is Ryan Braun What did you see about his patience? Because if he's a bad ball hitter, you generally don't think about guys who are going deep into counts and waiting for a pitch.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. That's a great little note. I mean, he did his fair share of ambushing too. Like, he'd attack some first pitches. But overall, you don't generate those types of numbers without showing plate discipline and more often than not getting yourself in a good count and a good space. So, he was able to do that, and then the power really came on this last series at home. We just took a trip to Texas. We're in the middle of a 12-gamer here at Sugarland right now. But before we left in Sacramento, he literally torched the Las Vegas Aviators pitching staff. And he had, I can't remember, I think 5 home runs in that homestand, including a multi-homer game on Sunday. And it was almost at a point it got to be silly. And one of the home runs that I do want to talk about was on a pitch that was down and in. And there were scouts that were buzzing about it the next day. Like, they came in and showed me a picture. They're like, you got to see where this pitch was that Matos hit out yesterday. And it was like down and in, like a good pitch. And he turned on it and hit it out at like 107 miles an hour to left. So, it just kind of all came together for him at the very end.
What kind of base stealer is he?
Capable. And, it's funny, Tom, you asked that, because I have a hard time now trying to figure out who's a good base stealer and who's not in this new age of base stealing. Like, it's easier to do it now, and the bags are bigger. Like, for example, I'm looking at the River Cats stolen base numbers this season. They have 64 successful steals. They've been caught only 13 times. Like, that's insane. It used to be ridiculous to have those kind of numbers. But he's a very good base stealer from what I saw. He stole 6 times and successfully in 7 attempts. So, I mean, he checks that box. All you draw off is the numbers, and he checks that box for sure.
Got it.
Talking to Zach Bayrouty on the Yuma guest line, play-by-play voice of the Sacramento River Cats. I want to ask you about Keaton Winn, who we saw last night. I mean, a hell of a debut for this guy. First Giant ever in his debut to record a save since it became a stat back in 1969. We were talking to Andy Baggerly of The Athletic before the game yesterday, and he was sort of comping his split finger and his velocity on his fastball to Kevin Gausman. And when we saw him last night, it's easy to see why that's a comp. He throws a lot of strikes with that split, got a lot of swings and misses. It was impressive. Didn't have great control, but you expect that for a guy who's pitching close to home in front of a bunch of family. What have you seen from Keaton Winn? I know his numbers aren't great this year, but clearly the Giants believe in his stuff, and we saw why.
Yeah, everybody's asked about Winn and Harrison, and for me, I think Winn has been actually the more consistent of the two. And it didn't surprise me that he got the nod, because he has been just that, like, steady as she goes in his last few starts. And that splitter, Bags was spot on with that. I mean, that's become a big-time, devastating swing and miss pitch for him at 90 miles an hour. So, I think once they got that locked in, they realized, hey, this guy has the type of stuff he can go get outs in the big leagues. And I think the consistency that he's shown recently is what prompted them to determine that he is and was ready to go up, and I'm so happy for him. I mean, a great kid, and to be able to make your debut in St. Louis coming from an unincorporated town in Iowa, I mean, that's probably about as good as it gets for a kid from out in the sticks in the Midwest. So good, good for him, and everybody was happy for him last night, and I think everybody's happy because I know he got sent back here today. Everybody's going to be happy to see him in the clubhouse today in Sugar Land.
And amazing that was the first time he'd ever been in a big league ballpark.
Is a member of the bullpen.
Isn't that unreal? I didn't know that. I saw the note on that. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, you've never been to a big league game, and that's just incredible.
That is so awesome that he had the success he did with the family.
I hope he got a hot dog or something. Somebody give him a hot dog and some peanuts for the first game. Since he didn't pitch, they're like, enjoy the game, kid. Have some cotton candy.
Have a good time. Enjoy. Tell us a little bit about Harrison and what you've seen and what the Giants are hoping to see. Like, if this guy at his best, what is he when he's on the mound, and maybe what is he when he's scuffling a little bit? If you can give us a little scouting report.
Yeah, I mean, at his best, he's an ace. I mean, he's got electric stuff. We saw, I think, a few outings ago, I don't remember, 5 outings ago or something like that, he had like 9 strikeouts to 1 walk in 4 innings, and I mean, it was insane. And it was almost like, I think at one point he walked off the mound and started laughing, like he had a smile on his face, like the game came easy to him that day, and he's got that type of stuff. I think what the Giants need to see from him, and this is no fault of his own because they've been so conservative with trying to stretch him out, they need to see him go a little deeper into games, and now they've given him the opportunity. I think it's now 3 starts. He's had the opportunity, if the pitch count allows, to go 5 innings and qualify for the win, and the pitch count just gets elevated. He gets himself into a lot of deep counts. Honestly, this is personally, I wish they would have stretched him out like 6 innings, 90 pitches. I think he probably should have been there at the beginning of May, and that's just me talking.
Yeah.
But, I've talked to scouts who agree with that. But, the Giants have taken it very, very, very slowly. But they need to see him go deeper into games, maybe go the third time through the order and not get himself into so many deep counts. Like, yes, he strikes out a lot of guys, but it also doesn't hurt when you get the ball in play and have some quick innings. And I think he's lacked those quick innings that would allow his pitch count to get him to the fifth and through the fifth.
Now, when the pitch count elevates, is that due to not locating, or does he get a lot of balls fouled off?
Or big strikeout numbers.
Yeah, or big
too.
strikeout numbers.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. Like, he's got the strikeout numbers, but he tends, I think, especially earlier in the season, to miss arm side a little bit. So he's been prone to miss and walk a lot of guys. And don't forget, here in the minor leagues and in the Pacific Coast League, there's the automatic balls and strikes.
That's right.
So even if you're working with a catcher like a Patrick Bailey who knows how to steal a strike, like, it doesn't matter here, because if you're not pinpoint in the zone, which is why you see walks up. And I think in the month of April, walks are up like 20% in the Coast League. So there's a little bit of that going on too. And you're dealing with automatic balls and strikes that is unforgiving. So there's some factors at play that have had his pitch count get up. But, I think this all just comes with time. And look, don't forget, he's still a young kid. Like, he was drafted out of high school in 2020. So there's still some development to be had. I wish they'd kind of expand his pitch count, let him get to 6 and 90 and allow him to try and fight through some of those longer innings.
Since you've seen it, how does the automated strike zone work? Do they take a box from maybe the way you would normally stand, and if you crouch down, and that's still going to be the strike? If you stand straight up, how do they do the box in the minor leagues, and how do they adjust it from batter to batter?
So last year, and you might be able to track it down. I have a picture of it, actually. You might be able to track it down online, but it's basically they put them up in the clubhouses and in the dugouts what the strike zone is and how it works. So it's through Hawkeye, so it's invisible, but they measure each player during spring training, so it's a bespoke strike zone. So, Jose Altuve has his strike zone and Aaron Judge has his strike zone, and it's, like I said, it's bespoke. Like, they measure it for each player. So when a player steps in the box, it activates like the invisible zone, from the letters to the knees, or however they do it, however they measure it. And that's what it is. So it's worked pretty well, actually. There have been some funky strike calls, like on sweepers, where the ball like crosses like the very front of the zone, and then like to the naked eye, it looks like the pitch misses way outside and it catches for a strike. Like, there've been a couple of those, and they'll, I'm sure, clean those up, but it's actually worked a lot better than I thought. Like, I was ready to crush it last year, and it actually worked pretty good.
Or the curveball that drops in from the clouds and just clips the top of the zone.
Exactly.
That pitch is unhittable.
Exactly.
Talking to Zach Bayrouty on the UMA guest line. I wanted to ask you, because you were talking about pitchers going deeper into games and development. I'm wondering, since you started in with the Stockton Ports, and that's obviously a lower level of the minor leagues, and now you're at the AAA level, have you seen a change in development for those guys? Because it used to be like that, where you want to see a guy stretch out, you want to see what he can do over 6 and 90 or 7 and 100, whatever the pitch count is. When we talked to Farhan last week, he said they've been taking the different approach, and Tom and I were sort of comping it maybe to like when Steven Strasburg was ready to come up for the Nationals, and they shut him down because he was coming off an injury and they didn't want to overuse him. Whereas if you don't do that in the first half of the season and you need him for a playoff run or need him to eat innings late, you have that availability. What have you seen in the development, and is there any sort of trend you've seen for guys who've been stretched out versus guys who've been kept sort of tight?
Yeah, that's a great question. And look, I've never felt like more of a dinosaur than I have this year when it comes to this stuff, because I come from, I'm like 40 years old. So I remember like back in the day, you'd have, Roger Clemens throw 120 pitches and, work as far as he could, as long as he could into a game. And that was the way it was. And, I understand it's not that way anymore, and probably for the best. But I also think maybe at times they take it a little too far. And again, this is just me talking. Like, I feel like if a guy's going to break, he's probably going to break. And, they tried their hardest with Strasburg to not get it to that point. And some guys just are inclined to do so. And I don't know about you guys, but I feel like the more I see teams put pitchers in a glass case, like the more those guys are the ones who break. Whereas if you stretch them out, long toss them, whatever. And again, I'm no medical expert, just from what I've seen over the years. Like, I mean, these guys tend to get a little warmer the longer they go, and maybe looser the longer they go. So maybe there's something to that. I get there's a ton of money at stake, but yeah, pitchers are being developed in a completely different way now than they have in years past. I mean, player development as a whole, like you're seeing guys continue their development at the major league level and get optioned back more frequently than they used to. Like I work with Steve Sachs on Saturdays on the CW in Sacramento for we televise our games, and like he never went back to the minor league. Like he was never optioned back. He was in the big leagues for 14 straight years. I'm like, Sachs, you know how ridiculous that looks now? But now guys just go up and down, and it's like, you know, the hot hand or, you know, hey, well, this guy's hot. We'll develop him more in the big leagues. Like it's just a different way of going about it. And I don't know what's right and what's wrong, but it's just different.
Yeah, I think I've always thought the money is such a huge factor now because I think not only do you condition someone's arm to only throw so many pitches, if you're going to be in the minors for 4 or 5 years and they're going to put the bubble wraps on you, then your arm's going to be conditioned to go 90 to 100 pitches. And then I think mentally you start getting used to going 100 pitches in 6 innings and you feel like you've done your job where, you know, back in the day, I'm much older than you. I'm 57. Those guys were like, give me the ball. I'm going to go 9. If I don't go 9, then you will have maybe one guy. The bullpens are much better now too, but I think it's a whole confluence of factors that just kind of come together because I still think the arm's very capable of going, you know, 110, 120 pretty comfortably. But if you condition the arm to get there, it's hard to get it out of that. And now mentally, you also got to force a guy to say, hey, this is what the expectations are now every time you grab the ball.
Yeah, Tom, I totally agree with you. And I think there was a piece done in Sports Illustrated, I want to say like late 2000s, maybe around 09, where when Nolan Ryan was running the Rangers, like he wanted his guys long toss, and he did not want his guys to go out to the mound with a pitch count number in their head. He's like, look, we'll tell you when you're done when we tell you you're done. Like don't go out there and put a ceiling on yourself. Yeah. Like we want you to go out there mentally, to your point, and say, hey, look, I'm going to finish my inning and do whatever I have to do to compete, and not have this ticker in your head, this odometer, like, oh man, I got to get this guy, or I'm not going to be allowed to get the next guy. And I think there's totally something to it, and I do think the arm is capable. I think even a little more so of going deeper into games than what they have these guys conditioned to do now. But again, I'm not a doctor. It's not my money at stake, so I just have my opinion, and that's pretty much all I got.
Imagine Gene Mont going out to Nolan Ryan. You're at about $110 right now. We're gonna get the bullpen up. Yeah. I mean, he might throw the ball at you. Yeah. Just say, get the hell off my mound, Skipper.
Yes, Skip, all demonstratively. By the way, Nolan Ryan said, "Yeah, we'll tell you when you're done," or Edgar Renteria will.
Yes, exactly.
That's how that'll go down. Talking to Zach Bayrouty on the Yuma guest line. Couple more minutes here. I wanted to ask you about David Villar, who came back up yesterday. Also, he was mashing it in AAA last year. Kind of exciting to get him to come up. I think he had 30 homers in the minors last year. Anyway, he comes on up and was okay when he came back for his second stint. Struggled at the start of this year. Was hitting about $130 before they sent him down. I'm curious how he looked at the plate and where he was playing in the field when he was in AAA, because they used him at second base a little bit. I think they see him as like a right-handed Max Muncy, kind of bounce him around the infield a little bit, but he struggled at second, I think, defensively. Where was he being used and how was he hitting?
He was mostly playing third. He played first as well, so he was at the corners, and he was hitting really well. He picked up essentially right where he left off. So he was the reigning Coast League MVP from a year ago, and he hit, I think it was 27 homers last year. But he was hitting 294 with the River Cats, and hitting really well. It was a weird scene last night. Like, he drew a walk when he came up in the fourth inning, and they immediately pinch ran for him. And as they did that, I get a text from Joe Rizzo, who's one of my best friends, who's doing the Giants games right now, and he's like, hey, J.D. Davis, Mitch Haniger just got hurt. And then I see VR get pulled, and in the inning break, I see Matos run out, and I was like, oh, geez, like, this is actually happening fast. So it happened fast. So, in his last plate appearance for us, just to circle back, like, he took a walk, and and he's been doing well. He played about 20 games or so, and he was hitting close to 300. He had the power. And it happened like right when he came back. It clicked right when he came back, and I think that's encouraging because a lot of times you see guys come back and get sent back down. They go through this lull, but he was like right where he picked up right where he left off last year, and I think that is the encouraging sign for Giants fans. Like, he wasn't sulking. He was just like, all right, like let's get back there. And last night it was cool to see him go.
Anybody else we should be keeping an eye on? I know Matos was the one that was obvious because he'd shot through the minors and was on the 40-man already. Patrick Bailey was just a stint down in AAA, and we may not see him back down there again. You were talking Steve Sachs. I mean, with the way this guy's been playing and the way the pitchers love him, he may not be back down to the minors for some time. Joey Bart, obviously, we're keeping an eye on him and how he's looked in AAA. Maybe just a word on him, and then somebody else maybe that surprised you that we should be paying attention to this year.
Yeah, Joey had a tougher night at the plate last night. He did get a hit in his first at bat, but he came up and struck out with 2 in scoring position in the 7th. The swing and miss is still there with Joey, but he's still so good behind the plate. And I can't imagine he's going to be in the minor leagues too long, either with the Giants or with someone else. Like he handles the pitchers so well and is good defensively and a good dude. Tyler Fitzgerald is a guy to keep an eye on, and he came up. He was the reigning Double-A, I think the Eastern League Player of the Month for April when he came up to Sacramento, and he had, I think in his first or second game, he had an 11-pitch at bat that preceded a game-winning hit with Sacramento down to its last out. And it was in that moment I was like, wow, this kid has an approach at the plate, and he can really battle. And that he's done nothing but that. Like every at bat for Tyler Fitzgerald is a professional at bat. And seeing him and Matos most of the time at back-to-back in the order was cool because those are both guys that can make good contact. And in the case of Fitzgerald, can see a lot of pitches and give the on-deck hitters a look. And
he's an infielder, right?
On the infield.
He's a shortstop?
He's a shortstop. Yeah, he's actually playing shortstop tonight for us. So he's a guy to keep an eye on. I really like Tyler Fitzgerald.
Good deal. He's hitting .308 this year in AAA with an OPS of .879 in 19 games in AA. Before he was called up, he was hitting .324 with a .998 OPS. So he's displaying some power. 5 homers in AAA, 23 ribs. He's walking. He's striking out a little bit, but he's also drawing walks. So name to pay attention to. A right-handed bat, a shortstop, and a dude we should be looking at. Thanks so much. It was great catching up with you, Zach. It was awesome to pick your brain about what's going on in Sacramento. We'll have to do it again because I imagine we'll be seeing more of these dudes.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks so much. Zach Bayrouty, the play-by-play voice of the Sacramento Rivercats. By the way, Derek, our producer, was in my area. He was like, dude, ask him how Sugarland is. That's my old stomping grounds. I was like, what do you have stomping grounds in, like Texas and Florida and Arizona? Derek's like, I was like, how many schools have you been kicked out of? And he says, no, dude, I was down there to see T-Mac pitch for the Sugarland Skeeters. Remember when Tracy McGrady went and played pro baseball a few years back?
Derek.
Wow.
Dude, he was pitching for Sugarland.
I would have never. It rings a bell now, but I would have never pulled that one.
Yeah, statue of T-Mac out there. Remember, he started an All-Star game with like an ERA of 7. It was just all hype for him, and then he retired after the game. So, the Sugarland Skeeters, Tracy McGrady,
Skeeters,
Derek Papa's old stomping grounds. I don't know why.
Okay.
All right. On the other side, hey, we talked a little bit about it earlier. Didn't make a lot of sense to me. It was a pretty cool turnout last night. 27,000 plus showed up to support the A's in what was called the reverse boycott. Tom's right. You lost me. If you had just called it the F. Dave Cavill and John Fisher night, I'd have been all in. We'll talk more about the impact of that and the A's getting $380 million from the city of Las Vegas next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Join Murph and Mac this morning, compared Luis Matos to Adrian Beltre and Ronald Acuna Jr. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, don't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking too much risk, or if you're going to be able to live that lifestyle that you've always envisioned when you finally get to retirement? Well, for more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. Greg and his team are awesome. They're a breeze to talk to, and they're here to help you. Plus, there's no cost or no obligation. Give them a call today, 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
On the field, celebration on the speakers, and the A's have won back-to-back games against Tampa Bay. Longest winning streak since August of 21.
I gotta tell you, as far as celebratory songs go, it's still probably one of the absolute best, dude. Kool and the Gang Celebration. Only thing the A's were missing was a walk-off, because it feels like they walk off. I think I told you that. Like, every time I feel like there's an A's night game, if I'm there, or if the A's are playing like a Friday night game, they just walk it off. I'd love to see walk-off numbers all time in baseball history. Like, which team has the most walk-offs ever? That'd be kind of cool to know. Anyway, A's, nice win last night. They were down 1-0, come from behind to win 2-1 over the Rays. And it's interestingly enough, there were a lot of eyeballs in baseball on this game. I mean, Jeff Passan was tweeting about it. A lot of national voices were tweeting about this game. A lot of people like myself crapping on it. And again, I think people took my tone about the idea of it. Buzz Killington, one of the best. Who enjoys a good bridge story? Who enjoys a story about Bran? Oh, you got some Buzz Killington coming? Good deal. It's on its way. Anyway, I was being a Buzz Killington, and it's funny is I spent so much of my life going to the Coliseum. I got no disdain for the A's as an organization, and got no want for them to leave Oakland. I now don't care quite as much, because we're going to see every team come to San Francisco every couple of years. But that was one of my favorite things ever. I went this year to see Shohei Ohtani. Opening night, I wanted to see him and watch Hunter Renfroe make that insane catch in right field. But it was a blast of a game to go to. I've seen some incredible 4th of July games. Nick Punto walk-off doubles, and was there for some great Yoenis Cespedes throws home, and some great Jermaine Dye walk-offs off of Ray King. And I went to Game 1 of the 2002 Division Series. But my point in all that is, in 2002, Game 1, it was a middle-of-the-week day game. I love the Division Series midweek. My dad and mom let us miss school, and my whole family went. A's Twins, just a Division Series Game 1, walked up and bought tickets at the window. And we sat in like the mezzanine level, and it wasn't crazy expensive. And I guess that's my point, that even in the season where you had the Cy Young and the MVP, baseball in America is taking a dip, like in terms of fandom and fan base. The Giants aren't drawn the way we used to. They're not pulling 30 and 40,000 on Monday and Tuesday nights. It's just it's not in the cards anymore. We're in a region now where there's so much to do. The Warriors own the region. Like it's the one team that never had a split in the fan base. Mm-hmm. I've thought that forever. It's the one team that could grab everybody, and they finally did. They own the region. Basketball is more America's pastime than baseball, and football more than that. I just wonder if attention-wise we've come too far from when the A's were great, that it's just now a one market baseball team fan base.
Well, I think
if we can still share that, is it possible?
Well, I think a lot of it is the garbage ballpark they play in.
Absolutely.
I mean, that ballpark is a glorified AAA ballpark.
Paired with the constant selling of players for absolutely no reason, over and over and over again.
You're going to lose people.
Yeah.
You're going to lose people.
Lose interest.
Like you're good, and then all of a sudden it's like, we gave it a shot. All right, let's go ahead and sell off parts. And let's sell off parts. Would they sell off Donaldson like 2 years before they had to? Year and a half before they had to? Like, you're just getting rid of players. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, look, we had Olsen and Chapman at the corners. Gone. It is like anybody that's going to be good or is good. Like, that was their business model. Let's hopefully get some minor leaguers, whether we draft them or we acquire them through trading good players, and hopefully they'll be good players, and we can just rotate through them again.
Well, it started in 2002, right? Doesn't it start with Moneyball? It starts, to me, in my mind, with Giambi leaving. Giambi wins the MVP in 2001 and leaves, and they can't afford to keep it, and Isringhausen and somebody else. And so then it seemed like the following year, we'll just start selling off players. And again, the next year wasn't when it happened, but shortly thereafter was when they went to the mindset of, if we get rid of them a year early, then we can net something in return and continue to churn this over. And for a while, that worked. But then it was like, we're tearing down way too much without ever adding anything. The one time they did was the Cespedes move, where Cespedes had an extra year on the deal. And really, and Susan Slusser will tell you, we talked to her a little bit later at 350, it destroyed the clubhouse. They traded him because they needed John Lester. They needed an ace.
Yeah.
And then their ace didn't get out of, they didn't need to go deep in that wild card game.
I want to say 5, the KC.
That wacky A's Rose, that was a blast of a game. One of my all-time favorite playoff games. But they torched their clubhouse, and then they had nothing to show for it after Lester left.
Yep.
And then things were never really the same, and they got back there. They've been able to recoup talent, to your point about Donaldson and Olsen, but that model never remained, because even when you had a couple of Giants fans are going through it. Like, until this year, where right now Giants fans feels like we know every day who's going to be in the lineup, we got a pretty good idea, right? Same group of guys. the A's fans have been going through what Giants fans feel like has been like Giants fans feel like it's been decades that we've been churning players over like this. A's fans, it really has been.
Let's put it this way. If the Giants ever got someone like Olsen and Chapman to play first and third,
they ain't leaving.
They'd be here for 12 years.
Brandon Crawford's right here.
Yeah, they'd be here for 12
Belt
years.
is right here.
The A's get those players, and they're already thinking about how to better deal them. Okay, we got 6 years. Okay, hopefully they'll be good by year 3, 4, and then we can get
players of the organization like Belt and Crawford. Those guys, they make sure they keep those guys in house. And I know it's a previous regime, but I think Farhan's going to do that. When Schmidt and Bailey and, if they become guys who are sustainable pieces, I anticipate they'll be here because that's what this organization does. They hand out contracts.
Yeah, and the A's, that's the way they go about business. And I don't know why I would want to continue to give money to an organization. And look, it's tough because it's your team. You love your team and you want to go watch your team. But you got to swallow hard to go over to that pit and give money to that boob. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to, but I get it. I mean, you love your team. You want to watch your team. You want to root for your team because, well, that's what fans do. But it's not surprising they don't get fans. They don't get as many fans. There's nothing about that ballpark. It used to be a really nice ballpark for the Raiders game. I mean, I used to go there all the time.
That's one of my favorite photos I've ever seen. The first time I ever saw a picture of what the Coliseum looked like pre-Mount Davis, and you can see the East Bay Hills in the middle of the summer. It is a gorgeous shot.
It's great.
You can almost see the bay, like if you're up at a certain level there. I mean, it looks like it's a waterside ballpark.
Yeah, I used to go there all the time when I was playing for the Warriors, and I lived over there.
You better put a mountain on it. You better carve my face into the stadium.
And now... Wah, wah, wah.
You can't quit me.
just bad. Yeah. So again, I don't blame them. But it's funny the fans are the ones that always get blamed. Like, hey, we can't have a ballpark here. Nobody comes out to see him.
That's not it.
What are the reasons they don't? Nobody ever says what the reasons why they don't come out and see him. They just blame the fans for not coming out and seeing him. Well, hell, and they're lucky they get what they get. The only good news is their numbers are about the same as pre-pandemic, so they haven't really seen much of a fluctuation. So I don't know if that's good news or not, but seems positive. Look, I'm trying to put a positive spin on it.
I was kind of laughing at that, too, when they went, like, fifth inning, we're not going to make a noise for the first at bat. I was like, players are used to this. Yeah. I was like, players like, it's like a normal game. I was ready for what they get.
We're going to go back to normal innings. We're going to go back to you'll get this tomorrow, too, but it's going to be at the beginning of every inning because we won't be here.
Well, you heard about how they had to turn down pitch comms. I told you that? Like, catchers were having to turn down the pitch comms in their helmet, in their earpiece because it was so quiet at A's games. I was joking with the guys behind the glass that I really hope no kid had it was his first game last night. He's like, Dad, this is a blast.
It's incredible.
He's like, we're never coming again, son. Then he's like explaining him the business. Have you ever heard of Dave Cavill, son? Let me explain the business of baseball.
Hold that memory.
Way back when, Kurt Flood.
Hold it tight. Hold it dear.
Hold it near and dear to your heart. I tipped my cap to the A's fans that went out. It looked like it was a blast. If you were an A's fan and you were hanging with your buddies and you were with your tribe and your people last night, that looked pretty cool. That looked like you guys were having fun. Were the drums out? Were there drums going?
I think there were.
Drums? Yeah.
I think there were.
We get a Fear Monsieur? No? I want an answer to your question, Tom. You said, would A's fans at this point, as it stands today, would you rather, 808 KNBR, hit us on the text line. You can shoot us a tweet on Twitter at Adam Cobes. Would you rather Fisher keep the team and stay or sell the team and leave? Was that your...
No, leave. Because if he sells the team,
they may stay.
Well, that's that. I didn't include that
that's
one.
The Giants. That's the Giants.
The winner.
That's 92 San Francisco Giants.
That's the winner.
That's the winner. Sell the team and stay is our best hope.
That's the hope.
That's number one hope.
I doubt that's going to happen. But let's take that off the table. Would you rather have him just leave, or do you want him to stay with him being the owner, knowing how much you hate that guy?
Derek, what's your answer? Derek, you're an A's fan.
I'm going to guess most will say they want him to stay just because they love the A's.
So, Derek, you would rather have them leave than stay with him? Just answer the question. You didn't. You're just like, give me the answer, Dave Cavill. Is it yes or is it no?
Did you order the code red?
Dude, he's like, well, there's no. Is it yes or is it no? Would you rather him stay with Fisher or leave?
And Cavill.
And Cavill stays too. Cavill gets a raise. He said, I hate those guys so much, I want him to leave. So you'd rather him just get out. Yeah. You want him to go to Mars? Tim says.
And Cavill, when they stay, Cavill will be on a souvenir cup.
Oh, dude, it's Cavill night at the ballpark, dude. We built Cavill a statue out front of the ballpark, dude. The Cavill Cup. Dude, remember when Cavill ran that piss poor promotion about bringing your Giants hat, throw it in the trash, and get an A's hat? Now he's leaving for Vegas. I'm like, screw you, dude. He's out there talking trash to Boach. We're going to win this Bay Bridge trophy. We're going to get you. Yeah. All right. Well, tip our cap. No, it's not. Tip our cap to the A's fans that are out there. We got to get to that one as a doozy. That's my favorite. That's in the system, too.
It's a doozy.
That one is a doozy. Casey Pratt is going to join us to talk about this very thing. On the other side, we'll see what he thinks. He's a big A's guy. Would he rather have him stay with ownership, or would he rather have him hit the bricks? A's had a nice showing last night, over 27,000 for the reverse boycott. I'm calling it the FU Fisher game. That's what I'm going with, FU Fisher. Tolbert and Copes, Casey Pratt next on the Sports Leader.
Who here likes a good story about a bridge?
Baseball.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, lots to talk about with the A's after a 2-1 win, the hottest team in baseball. And admittedly, I was crapping on this thing, the reverse boycott. But Tom did some psychology on me. And he said, I think what's going on, Copes, is they advertised it wrong. Had they called it the Screw Cavill or the F. Fisher night, you'd have been all in. And I said, dude, you nailed it. I'm all in on it with that title. I'm calling it the F. Fisher Night. And here to talk about F. Fisher Night is Casey Pratt, courtesy of the Humorous line, ABC 7. Casey, you've been putting all this stuff into layman's terms for all of us, been following you throughout this ordeal, man. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Copes. Man, I was expecting a battle, and now you're on my side. I like that. And, you're saying F John Fisher, but I was walking around, and I saw a lot of pictures of John Fisher in the urinal troughs. So there was a lot of things happening to John Fisher yesterday at the Coliseum.
Are you telling me people went to the tubs and they threw in photos of Fisher and people were whizzing on him? Now I'm upset I wasn't there.
See?
You know what I mean? to drop a little fluid on some Fisher in the trough would have been fun. That
happened, and we might have to get one in the Tom Tolbert Memorial Urinal in the Chase Center, even.
Oh hell no! You're not putting the Fisher in mine. You're not disgracing me like that.
Now a Cavill, Tom might be on board with. Throw a Cavill in there.
I'm not putting those fools in my urinal. You kidding me?
Well, Casey, you said you were expecting a battle, and it's funny because Derek said that to me this morning too. He goes, "Good, you can go head to head with Casey." And I said, I think my sort of troll attitude towards a lot of this and my tone comes off in the wrong way. I grew up in San Leandro. I grew up going to a lot of A's games. I love and have loved going to A's games for years. I've been to nearly 20 since COVID came to a close. I went on Easter, the first time I could go. Once COVID wrapped up, I was sitting next to taped up seats. My girlfriend and I brought some sandwiches and had a nice Sunday. I don't want to see him leave. I look at this event yesterday and I go, God, it's just, to me it felt lame. But then when Derek says to me, fans just need an outlet to say F you one more time, I think I hear it a little bit more. I think I understand the fan perspective from that basis better than I understand that it could make ripples towards impacting some decision to stay.
Yeah, now let's look at last night, and I was at this reverse boycott tailgate reporting live where the Oakland 68s raised $30,000+ to give away 7,000 shirts to fans.
That's
the
fantastic.
first ever fan-funded giveaway. And it was all them. I mean, all of this. They approached me even before this idea came out, and I said, do not do it. Do not do this. It's a bad idea. I don't know that you can pack the Coliseum right now. A's apathy is way too high. I'm so happy no one listened to me because what I saw last night was one of the most electric atmospheres I've ever seen at the Coliseum. I've been going there since I was 1 year old, and everybody there was on fire, eclectic, eccentric, electric, and it was insane. And everybody just needed to blow off some steam. And all along, this whole thing's happening in Nevada. People kept coming up to me going, what's going on in Nevada? And I just kept telling them, who cares? Just enjoy tonight, and we'll figure out the fallout tomorrow.
I got to ask you about Nevada because I don't know if you tweeted this, but I think you may have tweeted somebody else's thread, but it was really illuminating how they kind of jammed the special session together. They were supposed to have one special session. They ended up with two special sessions, and that happened to be voting on the A's, where anybody that was there voting didn't have all the information they felt like they needed to properly assess the situation and really give a vote that they could be proud of. Like, I really was able to dig into this. Tell me about that a little bit, because that just seems outrageous to me that you're asking for $380 million and you're trying to jam it in to these people, by the way, that live in Vegas. We're in Carson City, commuting, some staying there a little bit, wanted to get back to the families, get back to their own jobs, and had to stay. It just seemed like, seedy, underhanded. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, yeah, you had the Senate Majority Leader nursing her baby while leading the session. These people got royally screwed by the governor is basically what happened. Royally screwed.
Folks, baby's got to eat, all right?
Come on, dude.
Hey, man, you got to eat. These are important times. These are important times for a baby and baby bonding.
Exactly.
I'm not even joking about that. That's real. So they just completed a 120-day session. They meet every other year. So anything that needed to be done needed to happen in that 120-day session. So here come Dave Cavill and John Fisher. They are told constantly, you guys have to pick a site. You have to do something. We're running out of time in the session. So they jump in on this site in Vegas, the Wild Wild West site. 20 days later, they pick another site. This is at the end of the session. These legislators are like, guys, we don't have time for this, right? They switch sites midway through the end of the session. So now it's like, all right, we're down to the final minutes. We got to ram this through. They couldn't get a deal done because they had to pass a state budget. I mean, that's the priority. So what happens next? 2 days later, the governor, who happens to be a Republican, calls for a special session. He can call for the session, but he can't bring it to a vote. The Senate and the Assembly are run by Democrats. So now what you have in Nevada is a big showdown because the Republican governor wants this. The Democratic Senate and Assembly are saying, like, why are we doing this right now? We just met for 120 days. We want a break. And they have to jam this thing through while the governor's holding veto power over the state budget they just spent 120 days passing. It is a mess. And no one's going to feel good about this if it passes. Nobody.
Wow. We're talking to Casey Pratt on the You're My Guest line, and I saw yesterday some of the people who were in support of what A's fans were doing were saying, hey, Major League Baseball needs to take a look at this fan base and say, hey, we're turning our back on this group. And I said to Tom, if of the 27,000 that were out there last night, I said, I would bet damn near every single one of those is a part of that real A's fan base. And I got friends that are A's fans that thought it was lame and didn't want to go out, and I understand both sides of that, and I understand the people that were out there. I'm just wondering, does it feel, from your perspective, like Major League Baseball? Because I know Manfred was there a couple of years ago and has just kind of leaned away from Oakland. Does it feel like baseball doesn't want to be there either? Does it feel like the owners will look at this and say, it doesn't really matter, we don't want a baseball team in Oakland?
Well, every comment Rob Manfred has made regarding Oakland was that Oakland is an MLB market. Oakland does deserve an MLB team. Oakland is one of the most diverse markets in baseball until John Fisher pivoted to Vegas. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're focusing on Vegas. He's just a puppet. He's going to do whatever the owners tell him to say. And so it's weird and hypocritical that he spent so much time praising Oakland when they were trying to close a deal there. Now all of a sudden he doesn't. If I'm John Fisher, the MLB owners meetings are taking place right now. I mean, how do you feel? How do they look at this guy? Why would you even buy this team? Your name has become mud. You just had almost 30,000 people chanting sell the team and screw John Fisher. That's what they were chanting. And, I mean, like I said, his face was in the urinals. This is a guy that I don't understand why he would buy a major league team, and I don't understand why the owners, who are giving him free money in revenue sharing because of his incompetence, are going to stomach this any longer. He's literally embarrassing the game of Major League Baseball. He's embarrassing Oakland, and this approach in Vegas is embarrassing Vegas as well. I mean, how many markets can they embarrass before they have enough?
And then take your revenue sharing checks and pocket them. I mean, it's just, it's
exactly.
I have no idea why. That's the question I'd want to know, Casey. Why do you want to own a baseball team? You have billions of dollars. You can make more money elsewhere. Like, what is it about this team that you can't get away from?
It's free money. It seems like it's free money.
But I mean, he's got so much money. He could make money. It won't be free, but he could make it elsewhere. You would think you'd be a sports fan to be a sports owner, right? And that you'd like,
get cranky. He's just winning titles left and right. He wants to win them.
That's the thing. Like, I want to win titles. That's what I want to do. I mean, you say what you want about Al Davis. The guy wanted to win. Say what you want about Jerry Jones. The guy wants to win. At least I want someone that wants to.
They want to win.
Yeah, I want someone that wants to win. I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even hazard a guess as to why this guy is in it, other than it's a select group, 30 owners. It's all there is in the world, and he's one of them, and that's it. Casey, I have no idea what he gets out of this. I don't.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you guys have placed a fully legal wager on a sports contest before. Let's just say that. And when you watch said contest with wager on it, how into the game are you? Now take that and amplify it by the magnitudes to which it would be to watch a game for a team you actually own. How could you do that and not want to see it win at all costs when you can even control if it wins by investing more in it? That is what's crazy to me. How could you be a Major League Baseball owner, an owner of any team, and not want to see it be the best it can possibly be? Guys, Eric Chavez was the last major contract they signed. Eric Chavez has almost been retired for 10 years.
The biggest ever. It was 04.
Yeah.
It was 04. They give him like $65 million or something?
Yeah, something like that.
$66 million.
66, that's right.
They haven't eclipsed that since. And this isn't a bad team. They were a good team. They won 97 games 2 years in a row. And I've talked to the players on that team, and all of them have told me behind the scenes that they still, even today, have a bad taste in their mouth because they felt like that core they had was something special.
It was.
Your Chapmans, your Olsons, your Murphys, your Simeons. These guys were legit, and they never got the support they needed to get over the hump. And now they're all off in other teams, and they're doing great, and they're still pissed. They're still pissed that they didn't get the support they deserve.
And they made some good moves. They brought in Homer Bailey that year. Liam Hendricks went from long man to the best closer in baseball in the course of a season. I mean, they had some weapons, and for no reason, after back-to-back wild card exits, they just tore it down. They lose the one in Yankee Stadium, and they lose the one to the Rays, and that was it. And then they tore it down.
I mean, money's the reason. Money's the reason, and that's it. If you look at what's happening right now, they're spending no more than their TV revenue on this current roster. They're collecting revenue sharing, taking the exact amount they get from their TV revenue and paying the players with that. They're not spending a penny more on this team than they have to.
So that contract to I found it right here. The contract to Eric Chavez, 6 years, $66 million, was signed March 18th, 2004. That's the largest contract ever handed out by the A's. Even the Rays have handed out a bigger one, and more recently to Wander Franco, a long-term deal. The next, most distant team back you'd have to go to would be the contract the Reds handed out to Joey Votto in 2012. So even 8 years after that, we are 20 seasons past when Eric Chavez signed that contract. I mean, that's incredible.
It's negligence. It's negligence. Yeah. How can you be an owner and be that neglectful of your franchise and still collect revenue sharing? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
By the way, quietly, the next year would be Buster Posey, 2013. We won't get into that. That one's a little bit different. Casey, we were joking about it before, but Tom asked a legit question. We were asking A's fans, would you rather the A's stay with Fisher and Cavill or leave?
Wow, that's a tough one. Okay, so here's the way I'm going to put it. And people will ask me sometimes, why were you, supportive of these guys trying to build Howard Terminal, but now that they're going to Vegas, why are you not supportive of that? And here's my direct answer. At Howard Terminal, they were trying to build a $6 billion development. They were going to build a ballpark, residential, commercial, all these other things. In Vegas, they're building a 9-acre ballpark, no ancillary development. They will not own the ballpark. They will not own the land the ballpark is on. This is the difference. In Oakland, the residential and all the other real estate was going to create revenue streams that you could invest back into the roster. That's actually what they needed to invest in the roster. In Vegas, they're getting none of that. So how are they going to invest in the roster? There's my answer.
Yeah. What happened, in a nutshell? I know it's really complicated, but what happened in Oakland? What was the breakdown?
Here's what I think happened.
Okay.
They got to a point where they were so close to a deal. Everybody I've talked to, and I've talked to many, many sources behind the scenes, they were 90% of the way there. They were really close. The gap in funding was around $88 million, is what I was told from multiple sources. Now, if you're a billionaire, you'd think $88 million financed over, 30 years probably is nothing. It's a drop in the bucket for a $6 billion development. But if you look at Gap stock, which is plummeting, if you look at John Fisher's assets, which are plummeting, I don't know that he had the financial resources or fortitude, for that matter, to pull off a $6 billion development. You may ask yourself, wow, a $6 billion development. All of his real estate partners must be pretty pissed he walked away from that in Oakland, right? Well, I can't name one. He had none of them. He didn't have real estate partners. So I don't think he had the resources when it came to poop or get off the pot mode. I'll keep it clean for radio. I don't know that he really had what it took to finish his deal. Now you look what they're getting in Vegas: 9 acres, tiny ballpark, land they don't own, stadium they don't own.
Well, I am buying my Old Navy 4th of July shirt this year. I'll tell you that. That is not happening. Not this year, Casey. Casey Pratt, ABC 7. Hey, on the way out, man, just because we've been riffing about it, do you have a favorite rendering?
Yeah.
Man,
favorite, just so we look back,
Cisco Field was dope, you guys. Cisco Field was dope. I honestly, though, Howard Terminal on the waterfront, nothing's ever going to top that for me. It would have been beautiful. It would have been spectacular. It would have been somewhat like Oracle Park, which they needed to compete. And, I think that would have been pretty. And last thing before I jump out, I go to the Warriors a lot, and whenever I go there and I need to relieve myself, I go straight to Tom Tolbert's urinal every time. Cleanest, best urinal in the Bay Area.
Treat me gentle, please.
Except that time Mark Spears duked in it, but that was a whole other story.
No. It wasn't Mark Spears that did it. It was he saw it.
Yeah, but I wanted to blame it on him. I was
come on.
I was like, whoever pointed it out. I was like, what's
Mark
going on?
Spears going to take a dump in my urinal?
Look, man, I'm just saying. Nobody saw it but him. Questionable. Casey, really appreciate the time, man. Great catching up with you. I'm sorry we couldn't go to war like you were ready for. But
if I'd have known, I wouldn't have turned you around early. I would have let you get out.
You know what I mean?
I would have got you after.
I would have been like, so who's your favorite A? You know. Casey, thanks so much, man. Appreciate the time.
Hey, you guys are the best, man. Call me anytime.
Thanks, Casey. Appreciate it.
Good stuff with Casey Pratt. Good breakdown of what's going on. Emotion, information. He was feeling it. I mean, he's an A's fan, and he's covering this stuff. So
didn't the Howard Terminal rendering, though, have a gondola?
I was going to say, I think that's my thing. That's the one where
when I looked at that, I go, really? You can have a gondola out
Great
there?
America, one side to the other?
Come on.
Yeah,
Seriously?
like Beach Boardwalk? I mean, roll past the Giant Dipper.
Scrap the gondola.
Monorail boarding.
Jetsons.
Let's go. Exactly. We got the monorail and BART. We got a gondola to the ballpark.
Do the ballpark.
Disco Field. I'm going to pull that one back up. That one was kind of cool. Looked like a disco ball on the outside, the big roof on that. All right. We'll jump from a little A's talk into some Giants talk. I'm sure Susan Slusser has an opinion on this, but we got to pick her brain about what's going on with your San Francisco Giants. A sweep of the Cardinals. 4 in a row. They're 4 games over 500. Luis Matos makes his debut. Mitch Haniger is going to be out for some time. Giants probably still need a starting pitcher, but lots to talk about as the Giants, with an off day tomorrow, get ready for a 3-game series with the LA Dodgers. Tolbert and Copes, Susan Slusser next on the Sports Leader. The Oakland A's had their reverse boycott last night, had over 27,000 fans in attendance to watch the A's continue their 7-game win streak and a 2-1 win over the Tampa Bay Rays, all to the dismay of crusty old Giants homer and me. That's what Derek wrote in the screen, Derek. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Derek.
fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Tolbert and Copes to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Slusser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you Wednesday afternoon, hump day. Had a nice conversation with Zach Bayrouty, the play-by-play voice of the Sacramento River Cats. Had some good info on what's going on in Sacramento. A little scouting report on Luis Matos and what he's looking at from Joey Bard. Also, louder rumblings about Joey Bard and whether he's going to be in the organization post-trade deadline time. I mean, you don't want to lose that catching depth and a guy who knows your starters, but we got more to talk about in terms of the impact Patrick Bailey's having on the starting rotation. We'll talk a bit about that with Susan Slusser when we make the connection. She was out in St. Louis. Casey Pratt just joined us from ABC7 to talk about the A's reverse boycott last night, and still to come, a long-time Giants favorite at 450, Kirk Reuter is going to stop by. The lefty, Woody, is going to come on, talk a little Giants ball. He was out at the series in St. Louis as well. In terms of what the Giants have done the last couple of days, Keaton Winn was a blast to see last night. A 4-inning save. I've always thought that was one of the funniest scoring rules in baseball, Tom. Every scoring rule makes sense for the most part in baseball. Like, it's logical. The 3-inning save, I can't remember when I first became aware of that. I want to say it might have been even late middle school when I saw a guy pitch 3 innings in an 8-run ball game and he's credited with a save. It's
like the old Goose Gossage save.
That's. I mean, if you tallied up all the saves Gossage had, and I don't know how far back they've gone and tallied all correctly, because I know saves became an official stat in '69. This is the first.
When?
69.
69. 69.
Let's go. I was on that before you were.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's the first time
on that one,
it's the first time a Giant has recorded a save in his big league debut since that's become a stat. But he goes 4 innings, and that's the rules. If you pitch the last 3 innings of the game, regardless of the score, as long as your team was winning, because then you get a win if you came back. If your team is leading and you pitch the final 3, regardless of score, 10 runs, 15, or 2, you get the save. He goes 4 innings, gets a save, and 4 is about what he's been throwing in his starts in AAA. What'd you think about Zach Bayrouty saying he thinks guys need to be stretched out? And he said that's his sort of dinosaur feeling, but this is what you were talking about last week before we spoke to Farhan.
Yeah, look, they say, maybe we'll ask Farhan that tomorrow. They say they have all kinds of research that suggests. I just want to know what research are we talking about here? How many pitches do you need him to go? How many pitches can't? Anyway, it's not just me. I mean, I've always felt that way, but then you hear guys like Smoltz talking about it and Glavine talking about it, and they say it wasn't how many pitches we threw, is how we looked while we were throwing them. Like, they would watch us, and if you lost some of your stuff, again, velocity dips a little bit. Maybe pitches are starting to get up, because they used to pitch down a lot more back in the day. You pitch up in the zone a lot more.
It's a famous Randy Johnson quote. They say, you know why they tell you to pitch down in the zone? You go, why? He says, you ever see anybody hit a 400-foot ground ball?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Quote, yes. So, point is, it was the eyes. It wasn't numbers telling you. And also, money has a lot to do with it, because you don't want to sign these guys for $3-4 million, have that money invested in them, and then get them hurt in the minors, right? You want to be careful with them. So, I mean, I get that to a point, but I also feel like the arm has more to give. I mean, just go back and look at the 90s. Look at how many innings those guys were throwing. I mean, I go back and look at Matos and Glavine and how many pitches. I guarantee you, the one that and look, I know I'm repeating myself, but the one that always gets me is the arbitrary 100-pitch mark.
This is good for Kirk Reuter, by the way.
That everyone looks and goes, that's 100 pitches. Why? Because it's one more than 99. Right. Why isn't it 99? Why isn't it, you know what, he's got 99 pitches. We should start getting the bullpen stirring. Why does it have to be 100? Because it's even? It's triple digits? Why isn't it 103? Like, somebody just decided that, you know what, 100 sounds like a lot more. And I get it. Like, I always say in basketball, if I scored 19 or 20, it's 1 point.
Yeah.
20 seems like a lot better.
I'd rather have it.
20 seems like a lot better. Like 24, 25, 13, 14, but 9, 10, 19, 20.
I want.
Seems like a big difference.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Now, batting average, though, I've said this to you, I'd rather hit 332 than 333 because it looks better. Because 333, they're like, would he come up and go 1 for 3 in September? You're like,
but how much of a difference is 302 and 303?
Not that big.
How much of a difference is 299 and 300?
Huge. I say millions of dollars.
I mean, it just again, and I think that probably was. That had to be it. There's no other reason that 100 pitches became the de facto, okay, let's sound the alarms and start stirring the bullpen and start really keeping an eye on this guy. There is no other reason than, it's just 100. It just seems a lot bigger than 99.
Now I would say this, okay, because they say, actually, we made the connection with Susan Slusser. We can talk about some of this.
Thank goodness, you can get me off this.
I know, dude. Well, Kirk Reuter is going to join us in about an hour. We'll talk to him.
Here we go.
I think he's probably a part of the era where it may not have mattered, and then it became a thing. And I want to talk to him about how that evolved. But Susan Slusser joins us. She covers the Chronicle, covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Maybe she covers the Chronicle, too. She's with us on the Yuma guest line. What's up, Susan? How's St. Louis?
It's good. I'm kind of wandering around lost in the airport. They put me on an earlier flight, and I might have to, if I figure out how to get on it, I might have to leave you earlier.
All right. Well, I imagine this is going to complicate things then with us talking to you and you giving hot Giants takes. How cool was this series? I mean, first time they swept the Cardinals in St. Louis since '98. But Luis Matos is here. You hate to see Haniger go down with the injury because he seemed like he was starting to swing the bat well, and you'd been calling for that for a couple of weeks. You see Davis go down, not on the IL yet, but an exciting turnaround where Luis Matos joins the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, that is just so fun. I mean, all of these kids that have been coming up have given the team such a lift. And this is kind of a guy who's come on so strong this year, it's impossible not to be excited about what he might be bringing the team. I love it.
No, I ever since Schmidt came up, it's a different feel, different vibe, different feel. And the great thing is, Susan, is you got Matos, you got Schmidt, you got Bailey, all three premium defenders. So not only do they bring some extra juice to the team, hopefully they're going to hit. Bailey has been. Schmidt's cooled down a little bit. We'll see what Matos does. But immediately when they're in the lineup, you have three premium defenders, which automatically makes you better.
Yeah, and it gives them a little bit longer of a leash with somebody like Schmidt. Schmidt's 6 for his last, I believe, 43. So that's a little bit starting to get a little bit problematic.
Yeah.
But it is. It's very exciting, and the defense is clearly a major thrust of the minor league system right now. Everybody that's coming up, you're right, has been a premium defender.
I want to ask you about Patrick Bailey because earlier today, and by the way, cool thing to see him catch day game after night game. I was saying, Tom said fresh legs. I was like, you haven't seen that in a while where a guy's in there every single day. He's swinging the bat well. I heard Dave Fleming say at the beginning of the game, he thought maybe that DeSclafani had turned over pitch calling to Patrick Bailey. He said Logan Webb had done that. Are more guys doing that with Pat Bailey now?
Yeah, I think almost everybody's basically doing that. I think it's kind of cool. And hang on one second. I'm going to get directions.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a little bit lost.
Please.
You guys chat.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
muting
chat.
myself.
No worries. I think that's something that should be. I mean, again, I don't want to. I feel like everything we say that's positive about Patrick Bailey looks like a knock on Joey Bart, and I don't mean for it to be that way. But if a starting pitcher is saying, "Hey, this was an element of my game that I'd never dealt with before," I think we talked about it. I said that's weird. That's one more thing for a pitcher to worry about. But you got a young catching staff. I get them taking some pressure off of them. But if in a month these guys who are vets, who are good pitchers, are saying, I'd rather you call the game. You know what's going on. That says a lot about what he's doing behind the plate.
No doubt.
That's incredible.
You have that much faith in a guy that's been here about a month.
He doesn't know these hitters. He doesn't know this division. He doesn't know how these guys are facing. But Dave Fleming's going, it looks like he's calling a lot more DeSclafani curveballs. Well, maybe next game he won't be.
Yeah.
Maybe next game he won't be the one calling them.
Well, I think that the one thing it tells you is this guy studies.
Yeah.
And this guy's prepared, and he knows his stuff.
We got you back, Susan?
Thank you. Hey, guys.
Hey, we got you. Are you on the? Do we have her? Is she not there? No? Maybe not. Maybe we don't have her. Maybe she's trying to board the plane to get on back. Do we have her? She is there. We may reconnect with her. Or she's getting on a plane and we'll talk to her next week at the ballpark. Big deal. No big deal. Anyway, I think what Patrick Bailey's done is did she say she was there, Tim? No. We don't know what's going on. Susan's trying to get on an early flight to get back to the Bay Area. We have her. We have Susan Slusser back. Are you on the plane, Susan?
I'm not. I'm going back through security, having been misdirected by somebody.
No.
But anyway, so here I am in security. I should make my flight. Yeah, my later flight I canceled, so they put me on an earlier one to L.A.
We got to get you to L.A. This is a big series for the Giants in L.A.
It is.
Against the Dodgers. How are we stacking? How are we stacking up the rotation for this weekend? Any idea? What rotation is probably the response?
Well, as usual, they're giving us all the information we need really early. They're not saying anything, of course, but Alex Wood looks like he's on track to start Friday. And then I think they'll probably have some sort of bullpen game in there somewhere, which at this point means a Shaman Iambic game. And then we'll go back to the beginning of the rotation with probably Logan Webb on Sunday.
I don't know what the stats say, Susan, but the bullpen has to be one of the best in the big leagues over the last week or two. They haven't allowed runs.
It's way more than that, Tom.
Is it
Do you
really?
want some stats?
Yeah, I would love some facts, Susan. Lay it on
Since
me.
May 2nd.
Okay.
Since May 2nd, the bullpen ERA is 2.13. That is the best in the majors. So yeah, they are. Remember how much time we spent complaining about the bullpen in April? Yeah, they gave up 5 runs May 1st, and since then they have been nailed. Just absolutely phenomenal. Today they bailed them out,
Yep.
Steve Sclafani, I don't know what's going on with him. I basically said what's happening with you, and he said, I don't know. It was a weird one for him today. He gives up a lot of hits, also strikes out way more guys than he usually does in three innings. It looks to me like he's just leaving a lot of hittable pitches in the zone. The fastball doesn't look like it's as effective as it usually is. You mentioned Bailey's calling the games for him. He said he really liked the pitch mix today, which tells you that the stuff probably he wasn't putting it where he wanted to, and it wasn't as effective. So he hasn't been quite right since that piano bench incident. Dropping that thing on his foot. He has not used it as an excuse, but he just hasn't looked the same since then, and that was in early May too.
It's like the scene in Caddyshack. What are you, a diabetic? I don't know. Wow, it's been that long. When it kind of jumped out to me was Colorado. Manaea was the only guy that came out of the bullpen that gave up runs. I don't think I've ever seen a series in Colorado where the bullpen doesn't give up a run. Manaea is kind of a starter, but I guess you got to say he's coming out of the bullpen. But, they're allowing this team to get behind. Even if they get behind early, they just shut the door when they come in. And if they don't shut the door, then maybe Yaz's 2-run homer in the ninth never happens, or it doesn't mean as much. So they've been the best part of this team over the last couple months.
Absolutely agree. Michael Conforto, I would put him right in there too. Yesterday there was so much going on. I realized at the end of the game, Giants had 17 hits and he had 4 of them. It's just he's kind of quietly been in there doing a lot of really good things for several weeks. They kind of alter it. Tyro Estrada has been really very good, for pretty much the whole season. But those two and then the kids have really been giving them a lift. So they need J.D. Davis to avoid the IL or have just a very minimal stay on the IL. They've said it could be 3 to 10 days. That might make that 10-day IL a possibility after the off day, especially when they need to get Wood back on. But, I think it's shaping up. Yeah, they're beating the teams they should. We've talked about that. A good team beats the team they should. They're finally doing that, and they're winning on the road.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line, just because when Farhan spoke to us last week, he said, he's got to play. Luis Matos wouldn't be coming up to be a platoon guy. Are we expecting center field is just his for now? He's the guy out there every day?
Haniger's probably out for the season. I leave Matos out there. Just leave him out there. Unless he really struggles, I suspect he is not going to really struggle. He's swinging a real hot bat. He singles on the second pitch he sees in the big league. He's incredibly confident. He's got a little bit of fire. He's fun to watch. Man, he's not somebody that I think is going to go into some huge long slump. But getting that first hit out of the way is going to help. When he gets his first homer, that's going to help too. Obviously, he had 6 in his last 6 games at Sacramento, so I think we might see that pretty soon. How fun would that be to see that happen in L.A.?
Oh, that'd be a blast. That'd be a blast. Welcome to the rivalry. Roman center field at Chavez Ravine, then coming on home to take on the Padres. That'd be pretty sweet. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy who profiles as somebody who would do that. So, when it happens, just say where you heard it first.
You've been talking to Kapler, haven't you? He profiles as somebody who would do that. Susan, on the way out, just a thought from you on the reverse boycott last night. I was thinking about you. I know the A's got a lot of good coverage for that. I'm sure it was a lot of diehards that you spent time talking to over the years, and everybody's bummed about what's happening over there. It ended up being a pretty cool night for the A's fans, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved it. Nearly 28,000 there. A lot of people said that if there hadn't been some traffic issues and some parking issues, it probably would have hit the 30,000. I love it. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's going to make much difference, but absolutely fantastic. I'm actually going through security now.
Boom, you're done. Hang up the phone. We'll see you, Susan. Have a safe flight to LA. We'll talk to you next week.
I'm going to LA.
All right, bye. I'm pretty sure that wasn't for us.
LA. No, I don't think so.
I'm going to LA.
We timed that pretty perfectly. Got a good thought out of her on that. So, good deal. Luis Matos gets his first big league knock. How about that? She says Haniger likely done for the year, and that would mean Luis Matos just out there roaming center field. That's what we've been waiting for, Giants fans. Names in the lineup where you know where they're going to be day after day, and we're starting to get there. Okay, 2.5 games behind the Dodgers for second place in the National League West. You're behind Arizona, who's in first place. You're heading into a 3-game series with the Dodgers this weekend, who, by the way, can make it an even 3 games above you with a win over the White Sox tonight. Kershaw's pitching. If they lose tonight, you're going into a 3-game set, 2 back of the Dodgers. June 14, Giants win 4 in a row. Is it irresponsible to talk about the division?
My God.
We'll talk about it next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Giants sweep the Cardinals after an 8-5 come-from-behind win. Mike Yastrzemski with a home run to tie it. Giants were down to their final strike. 2-run blast brought them back. They won it in extras. Check out more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everything changing so fast nowadays. Feels like you buy something, you got to go out and get the new model a month later. Well, the one thing you can't lag behind with is your Wi-Fi. No siree. Especially not during summer when everyone's in the house, whether they're playing games, maybe someone's still working, someone's going to summer school. They're telling you they're going to summer school, and then they're also playing video games. Maybe you're streaming. No matter what you're doing, everyone needs to be taken care of. No lagging, no buffering. Everyone gets smooth, ultra-fast, ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. That's what Xfinity 10G Network's for. Everyone gets taken care of. You almost can't. You can't have too many people in your house on devices, on tablets. Take care of everybody. That's how much power that I'm talking about. The gamers can game, the streamers can stream, the workers can work, the schoolers, you get the whole thing. Everyone does what they want to do, and no whining. No lagging, no whining. That's what I'm sticking with, my slogan. No lagging, no whining. Take advantage of this limited time offer now through June 21st. New customers can get 200 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. All you have to do is go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love ridiculously fast, ridiculously reliable 10G Wi-Fi, 10G internet, 10G network. Oh, 10G. You will love Xfinity.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Payoff pitch. Estrada swings, line drive, base hit into center field. Edman up with it, rounding third. Yastrzemski. Here comes the throw home. It's cut off. Yastrzemski slides safely at home, and the Giants take a 6-5 lead.
Giants get the win today, 8-5, come from behind win. They were up 2-0, down 4-2, down 5-2. They battled their way back, went from the first to the seventh without getting anybody on base. And then a Mike Yastrzemski 2-run homer when they were down to their final strike. And a great game from the bullpen. As Susan Slusser pointed out, here's your note, Tom, since May the 2nd. And she pointed out, May the 1st, the bullpen gave up 5 earned runs. Since May the 2nd, they have a 2.13 ERA. That is best in all of Major League Baseball. And going back to your sort of becoming aware of it during the Rocky series, since the start of that series in Colorado, the bullpen is 5-1 with 4 saves. Actually, no, I've got the wrong date here. I've got to get you further back. We'll go with the May 2nd date. I'll get you the Rockies notes in just a minute here. I've got the wrong date range. But they've been dominant since they got to Colorado. Real good this series against St. Louis, who's not a good team. I was asking before the break, and I hadn't really looked up and thought about division. I've been thinking playoffs for a while just because of what it's going to take to get into the postseason. I think I've already kind of recalibrated my brain and that it's not the same pennant race it was for most of my childhood or even throughout the Giants World Series runs, because you don't need 2 one-game wild cards. That thing is gone. You just got to get into the playoffs or into that picture, and you got 7 teams that do it now. You got the 3-game first-round series, which makes starting pitching all the more important. So after today's game, and the Giants, the Dodgers have yet to play today. Clayton Kershaw on the hill tonight against the White Sox at home. Giants are 5.5 out of first place for the division. Not all that many games, and they're 3 up on the Padres, clear of 4th place. They're 2.5 back of the Dodgers, who were 3 games out. Arizona had 41-26, and you pointed out is tied for the best record in all of the National League. Starting pitching is going to be huge. I don't think it's outlandish to think the Giants are in striking distance, considering how many games they've got left against the opponents that are in front of them. And because we don't really know what the ceiling of this lineup is now without Mitch Haniger and the Matos addition, there's a chance that at his best, Matos is going to give you more offensively and defensively than a 32-year-old Mitch Haniger was going to give you. It might lock down a spot in the lineup and in the outfield defensively where you're not making swaps. Which may give you more versatility with your bench and with, utility players and with bullpen arms. I don't think it's outrageous to think the Giants come the second half, if they can hold on for the rest of this first half, could be in the mix. Now, I don't know where you have to be going into the final month of the season with the schedule, and after this weekend is going to be telling. If you're 3 back and you take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers this weekend, I think you're in the mix here.
Look,
it's so early. I get it, but
they're in the mix just because there's so many damn games left. So,
well, let me say this. Let me dial it back. I think a month ago we wouldn't have even considered a talk about the division. 1, it would have been a month ago. 2, they didn't show you anything to make them think they were capable of that. I think I've seen enough to believe that this team could win the National League West, even based on the talent that's around them in the division. 6 weeks ago, a month ago, I don't think I was anywhere near that thought.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to go there yet, just because it's way too early. They're definitely within range. There's no doubt about that. But I can't. Their pitching still has a little bit to be desired. The starting pitching, anyway. They don't have the top end guys that Arizona has. Now, the Dodgers, their pitching is kind of a little bit of a mess.
They're in some trouble pitching.
Yeah, they are. Now, I don't know. Is Buehler coming back at any point this year? Is May coming back at any point this year? I don't know. That Miller dude is filthy.
We're going to see him this weekend.
Yeah,
right?
He's good. Kershaw's pitching really well. Not vintage Kershaw, but still pretty damn well. Gonsolin came back. I haven't really noted to see how well he's pitching. Urias is out. So they have some issues in their starting rotation as well. But That's kind of what would keep me from saying that. But yeah, I mean, let's see where they're at the end of next week, because they're going to run through the Dodgers and the Padres. That's 7 games they have to go through them. So let's see where they're at the end of that. But yeah, I mean, I think as long as you're within 5 games come September, you're there.
I think the point is the talent is there.
Yeah, no,
I believe in the talent.
I feel differently.
Yeah.
I definitely feel differently than I did, and I think they're going to be in the mix, I believe, unless the starting pitching just gives out, which I don't know that it will. I think Wood's consistent enough. And Webb's a stud. There's no doubt about that. Now,
Cobb, Wood, I feel good about.
Not you, Tim. The other Webb. You are not a stud. Have you ever seen the Hercules cartoon, like their movie? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, there's a song in there. It says 0 to hero.
Yeah, I know a song.
The other Webb's a hero. So I'm not going to say what you are.
Which one are you, Tim? Tim, which one are you heroes taking? Which one do you want to be?
Get your S together.
There's one choice.
There's one left. It's 0.
I don't know if the bullpen's going to continue doing what they've done for the last 2 months. I mean, they've been stellar. But as long as they as long as they can be right around there, that would be really good. And I thought about this too. I said the same thing last night. I go, man, that is such a bummer that Haniger broke his forearm. They might actually be better. If this guy's as good as advertised, because Haniger, he was off to a very, very slow start, and he
missed the first 22 games.
Yeah, and he never really got back into it. Now, I don't know what Haniger would have been like the next 2 months. Maybe he was just kind of rounding into form. Had a real nice game in St. Louis with a couple hits, 3 RBIs. So he's been swinging a better bat. But if this guy gives you a premium defense and can hit for a high average, maybe give you a stolen base threat out there as well. So we'll see. But there's a chance they could be better off with him coming up and Haniger not playing. I feel the same way you do in that I wouldn't have considered it. I'll be honest, I don't really consider it now because it's way too early for me to consider it. But
it's the first time I thought.
I said they look like a playoff team a few weeks ago. Like they look like a playoff team. Especially when they're 7 aside going in. So I look at them and I'm like, it looks like a play. The bullpen looks like a playoff team. The lineup looks like a playoff lineup. The starting staff, that's where you kind of run into it a little bit because you have Webb and you have Wood. You had DeSclafani, but you haven't had him in probably 6 starts.
Yep.
He hasn't been great.
Cobb has been very good. Cobb has been one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Yep.
You keep saying Wood.
Not
Are you
Wood.
saying
I'm
Cobb?
sorry, Cobb. I'm sorry.
Wood.
Yeah, not Wood. I said that like 3 times.
Yeah.
Cobb. Yeah, not Cobb at all. I do like corn on the cob though. Very tasty. Yeah, I didn't need that. Hopefully, that was facetious. But no, Cobb. Not
Cobb
Wood.
and Webb have been
Cobb,
great.
not Wood. Yeah. Cobb's been really good, and Webb's been a stud. Not you, Tim. And Wood's hurt.
He may be back this weekend, is what Susan Slusser was just telling us. And by the way, the update on Mitch Haniger, I don't know if everybody has seen this. He is going to have surgery, and what Sluss was saying to us is that news came out after the game. He's going to have surgery tomorrow in Los Angeles. What they thought a non-displaced fracture would be 4 to 6 weeks, 3 to 6 months you're looking at on a recovery for Haniger. So likely his season is over, which is why she was saying, Luis Matos, plug him in and watch him go. I mean, it's his job to take now. Barring injury or like really falling flat on his face, they'd have to go elsewhere. But he's going to give you an element that you have not had in center field yet this season, and that also means 60-day IL for Mitch Haniger, which means a 40-man spot opens up.
Yeah.
When you 60-man somebody, you can move somebody else onto the 40-man. So something else to pay attention to in terms of arms, guys like Kyle Harrison, not yet on the 40-man. Fitzgerald, who we were just learning about from Zach Bayrouty earlier, who's hitting over 300 in AAA playing shortstop. So there's some guys coming. There's some dudes that are doing some things down there. A couple of arms we could see come up, but you're right about starting pitching. I mentioned yesterday in 2021, the reason I thought the Dodgers fell flat, they didn't have enough of it.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have 4. And they went out, they tried to add Scherzer, who then couldn't go in the LCS because he closed out Game 5.
Yep.
They added Danny Duffy, who didn't throw at all for them in the second half of the season, and they ran out of arms. You can't go bullpen arms every single time through the rotation. The difference is The Giants are hoping they have some reinforcements in the minors.
Well, they better, because you can't go. You certainly can't go bullpen 2 of your 5 starts like they did last rotation.
Now, what's the minimum you need? So when they go a bulk guy.
Yeah.
So when they used to just go regular rotation, you weren't going opener at all. They'd go to like the 4th and the 5th rotational guys. Like back in the Giants' prime of the World Series runs, your 4 and 5s were like Todd Wellemeyer and I don't know, Jonathan Sanchez, or at one point it was Vogelsong. They were blessed with their 4 and 5.
Yeah.
I was looking for 5 innings out of both of those guys. Your 4 and 5 starter, you weren't expected to get 6, 7, 8 innings. You wanted like 5 and change maybe into the 6th. If right now, and we'd have to see, I don't know how many times Manaea's even gone 4. But Stripling and Manaea, I'd say, you're looking for them to give you 4 a start, right? I'd like 5. But if they're giving you 4 as a middle swing guy, how much are you taxing your bullpen? Is it really a bullpen game?
Well, I don't know. It depends on it. I mean, look, you can't go Webb, Cobb, DeSclafani, Brebbia. That doesn't work for me, okay? Unless they're brothers,
I'm not
okay?
A fan,
You can't back him up.
You can go Rogers, but it better be one of each.
Bro, you ready to go again? All right. We're gonna pull you after the first because you get it tomorrow too. So that's where it would be nice to see just a 5th starter in there, period. And hopefully that's where Harrison comes into play. I don't know the whole, we're starting Brebbia and then putting Manaea in, and it seems to be working, so let's stick with it. How many games this dude started? Like, what is it? Like, you're going to break him if you start him? Like, we can't start the guy.
Manaea, you
mean? It's like
Manaea's
crazy. Like,
started.
You can come in the second because it's working for you.
6 starts.
Yeah, we feel like if we start you in the first, we might be pushing it. So, look, they might be able to do that. They may be able to get away with that for a while, but you can't do it back-to-back. That's just not going to work. I'm sorry. The whole Brebbia thing isn't going to, I don't like my chances doubling up on Brebbia. 2 times a pleasure going against the Padres. Padres see that whole thing twice in a row. I'm not. No, that's not. That's a.
Is that you?
Yeah. Do you know what that is?
Is that an alarm? Does it mean the beer's cold?
No.
It's Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what it is. Do I know the theme? Yeah, of course.
It was a reminder.
I was watching the maps circle over Westeros, dude. Yeah.
It was a reminder.
Head on down to Carth. The map.
It's nothing pleasurable. Let's put it that way.
The best city that ever was and ever will be.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, usually.
Nice. The mountain just smashing his head open. Oberyn Martell.
I love that sound.
Just out of the back of his skull.
Yeah, I forgot I said that because I said it for every Wednesday. It's when I take my suppository.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, I'm gonna
good. You're in the office today. We can help you with it.
Yeah, no worries whatsoever. Yeah.
Right. More on the Giants prospects.
Anybody got any jelly?
How about this, dude? Yeah, right. Derek, go grab some of that, dude. We got some in the fridge. But throw it in the microwave so it's warm.
Bring the cameras in.
On the other side.
Good news.
Yeah, dude, we're live
it's
streaming.
A suppository.
What do we have, Professor Frank? Come on, dude.
News. It's a suppository.
Good news. Good news. It's a suppository.
Wow.
Oh,
It's
man.
only 8 years to play that one. He's like, oh, man, I've had this one forever.
He's had his finger hovered.
When's anybody going to bring up a suppository? Oh, my God, he brought it up.
His finger hovered it for a decade, dude, just waiting to push that thing. More on suppositories and Giants prospects on the other side. If you're the Padres...
Keep your finger off my suppository.
Good news.
If you're a Padre or a Colorado Rocky, you're like, damn, dude, everybody the Giants call up are going off. We're kind of into that mode now where we've been wondering for a while, where's my, Acuna? Where's my... Everybody the Dodgers bring up seems like they're making an impact. If you're looking around baseball right now, the Giants, for the last couple of months, have been that team. We'll talk about that impact next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Padres. Thursday, June 22nd. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. Do you have any tax issues whatsoever? Keeping you up at night? Don't want to go to the mailbox? Don't want to answer the phone? Don't want to answer the door? You know, that brutal, stressful feeling that you just want to get rid of. You want a way out. You want to see the light at the end of the tunnel. You don't see it? You know who does? Alex Kugelman. He's done this. That's what he does. He helps people in these situations. He will lay out the blueprint for you. It'll be nice, clear, concise plan, and then you will see the light at the end of the tunnel. You will know how to get out of your tax mess. The IRS ain't forgetting. We all know that. They're coming for you, and it may take them a little longer to get there, but eventually they will get there, and then you will pay the penalty. You don't want to pay the penalty. You want to get done with this as quickly as possible. So that's why you're going to schedule a consultation with Alex. He's going to educate you on what's going on. You're going to know how to resolve the problem. And again, you will see the light at the end of the tunnel. You will see the goal. You'll see the end game. Like, okay, we're good. I know how to get there. And then you can drop that bag of stress. Nothing worse than stress. Get rid of it. Give Alex a call. He will know what to do, and you will be happy you did. The sftaxteam.com is where you're going to go, or you can just Google Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of result.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Matos, who started this year in Double-A, was promoted to Sacramento, and now here he is in the big leagues. Just 21 years old. Next pitch, he swings, sharp ground ball, left side and through, a base hit. Past the diving DeYoung at short. Slater to second, and Luis Matos with a sharp single to left in his first major league at-bat.
That's for you, Tom. A little 0 to hero.
Yeah.
What was that in reference to? Who was 0 to hero? Was it Matos? We were talking Matos?
No, because when I said Webb, I meant him.
Yeah.
I said, no, he's the 0 part of the equation. The hero is Logan Webb.
Right. No. Logan Webb.
Yes.
Giants have had...
Do you know who I think that was? No, forget it.
Wait, which one?
Forget it. No.
Okay, moving on.
No. No. You know who was in this movie? Voice of James Woods. He was Hades. I don't know.
He kind of plays it in real life now too.
Yeah, I don't know who Hercules was. Yeah. And I think Zeus was Rip Torn.
I think it was.
If I'm not mistaken. I think Zeus was Rip Torn.
Danny DeVito was in it too. Who did Danny DeVito play?
He's that little dude. That little.
That's right.
What do they call those things? He had the hooves.
Right.
What do they call that?
You mean it was like a centaur or a?
Yeah, it was like maybe it was a centaur. I'm not positive, but that is blue.
Centaur's like half human, half horse. That's, by the way, you come up on a centaur like in you're like walking through Narnia or something. That's something you don't want. I feel like that's a savage animal to come up on. You know what I mean? I mean, half human, half animal. Of all mystical beings to have to battle, something that could run like a horse and like carry a bow and arrow and just beat your ass. I don't want to come up on like when they were asking that pitcher, anything you're afraid of? He's like, caves. I'd have been like centaurs.
Centaurs? Yeah. I would be afraid I'm ODing on something if I saw a centaur.
Is that a centaur?
Like maybe I should go to rehab. I don't remember taking
cocaine train.
They made a sequel of that Hercules cartoon movie titled 0 to Hero.
Did they?
1999. Must have went straight to VHS.
How did I miss that one?
You probably went straight to VHS.
Yeah, I missed that one.
Your kids were right in the window too, and then don't forget when The Rock played Hercules.
I missed that one too.
Derek's saying it's a satyr. I thought that was a meal.
Satyr.
Derek's saying half man, half goat is a satyr.
Okay, yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah, James
I think
Woods
the centaur is the horse where it's got like the that's the one
it's like it's got the whole torso of the man on top of the horse
body. That was at the end of Step Brothers.
Yes.
And, give you my seed. That was a centaur. Yeah.
Tate Donovan. Dude, Tate Donovan was Hercules. Roger Bart also Hercules, it looks like in the first movie. Anyway,
who it was? Yeah, I didn't think it was anybody that I really knew.
Roger Bart, big Broadway guy. I saw him on Broadway.
Okay.
I saw him one time in The Producers on Broadway.
Got it.
Back to Zero Mostel. In the movie The Producers with Gene Wilder, we've come full circle.
Yes, we have.
All right, back to some Giants ball. We are going to catch up. Former Giants lefty Kirk Reuter coming up in about 10 minutes at 4:50. I tell you what, I every once in a while stuff pops up, Tom, where I was a listener of KNBR for such a long time. There's riffs that you had that stick in my head. I've told you, specifically Giants ones. I was driving down Hesperian one day, mid-afternoon after school, after a day at Chabot College, and you were riffing on Kirk Reuter about how consistent he was, about how he's like the most automatic guy, and you were going, Kirk Reuter is the most sure thing the Giants have had in a generation. He's not going to win you 12. He's not going to win you 17. He's going to win you 13, 14, 15, or 16 games. My buddy Jason, my best friend, I texted him Reuter was coming on, and he said, dude, please bring up that riff that Tom and I, dude, we've been quoting that for years. Kirk Reuter, you look at his win totals, 13, 16, 15. Did win you just 11 in 2000, but then 14, 10. I mean, he was automatic, man. So we'll talk some pitching with him. But I wanted to hit on this on the prospect stuff, where are Giants fans, and you can check in on the text line, are you starting to get to the point where it got like this during the Buster Posey years, where every guy that came up for a minute, we had expectations of, because the team was good and they were producing talent. When Joe Panik came up, we were like ready for him to be an impact guy. Pablo Sandoval was a bit of a surprise when he came up in 2000 and let's say he came up in 08. Maybe it was the end of 08 when Pablo came up and was kind of a surprise, but he stuck, and then he started hitting in the middle of the lineup. Buster, we knew was going to be a stud. Yep. Bumgarner and Lincecum, we expected big things out of. Kane was already here. But then you sprinkle in Crawford, and he comes up, hits a grand slam in L.A., and is a stud shortstop. Brendan Belt, we knew about him, and while we didn't get the power, we got Gold Glove first base in World Championship play at first base for all that time. They didn't produce the outfielders, but there was a while where every Romo, Wilson, guys were coming up, and you expected them, and even though they were before, they were sort of setting the stage, you expected them to compete. Giants fans, I think, have completely been away from that in the Farhan era, and that's why we had so much pressure on free agency this offseason, because we thought nobody was coming. Now it sort of seems like if guys come up, I was excited about Keaton Wynn last night. Yeah. I thought, I want to see this splitter. They're talking about him as a rotational piece. We may see this guy. He'll be back this year. He's going to pitch innings for this team down the stretch, and it's going to be a big part of the plans they have. Camilo Doval, homegrown, and is the best closer in baseball maybe right now. Casey Schmidt, you're expecting Gold Glove caliber play and maybe middle-of-the-order bat from him. Luis Matos, we're excited and expect him to play a Gold Glove caliber center field and hit at the top and in the middle of the lineup. I mean, Patrick Bailey's exceeding expectations. We're at the point now, Ryan Walker is pitching huge innings for the Giants. Guys are coming up, and I'm excited because I expect the talent that they've started to develop to impact the big league level at a major way, and that's happened over the course of about 6 weeks, that our scope, I think, on the minor league system has changed.
Well, I mean, we really didn't have much choice because after Soto gets traded, you're like, well, I thought they were better than that. You know, when you're saying, what do you want? And they're like, now we're good. We're good. I'm going to have to say no. I'm going to have to go to the Padres, see what they have going. That's really all you can go on. But I think it does go to show how quickly things can change in the minors, and these guys are young. So what they are 1 year isn't what they're going to be the next year. Like you'll see rankings, like minor league rankings, an organization will be like 5th 1 year and then 9th the next year. And you're like, what happened? They didn't call anybody up. All the guys are the same guys that were there. Well, they didn't have as good a year, so you're going to rank them lower. Well, that's sports, and they're just getting used to playing in AA or AAA, and they're going to have ups and downs. It's not linear. You don't start someplace and just continue on one track, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, I'm better. I'm in the big leagues. Boom. I'm better. No, just like big leagues, you're going to have your ups and downs, and I think that's what we saw with the Giants last year. Like, I didn't know. I mean, I'd heard of Schmidt. I'd heard of Matos.
We heard the same three names
Matos was
for
like
years.
the bottom. Like, he was like toward the bottom of those guys.
He's 21 years old.
Bailey? I knew who Bailey was. I'm like, well, Bailey's not coming up. And then you hear about him this year, but he's probably not coming up. He wants to get better at the plate. And then all of a sudden he's up, and now he's catching, obviously, really well, and he's hitting. So, yeah, I don't think any of us.
He was the 11th ranked prospect in the Giants system entering the year and was projected to debut in 2024.
Yeah, 11th.
He was in single A
wasn't
last
even top 10 for the Giants. So I don't know how anybody could have expected that he would be at. Where were Schmidt and Matos? Matos probably top 5. Schmidt
Matos was number 4.
Closer to 10.
And Schmidt was number 3. This is MLB.
Oh, he was 3.
This is MLB.com's. I've seen Matos on Baseball Americas as low as 7 entering the year. Matos was projected to debut this year, though.
Luciano still 1?
Luciano's number 2 behind Harrison.
Okay, got it. So, that makes you feel pretty good as a Giant. If you're a Giants fan, you're probably thinking, well, dang, 3 and 4 came out, 1 and 2 are still down there. Now, that doesn't guarantee you 1 and 2 are going to be good. There have been a lot of top recruits, our top minor league prospects. I'll give you one, Joe Adell. He was only
like
the Angels' number 1. He was number 2 in all of baseball. And you're thinking, well, he's got to at least be good, doesn't he? Number 2. He's really, really struggled. He just came up, hit a home run, went right back down as soon as Renfroe got back from paternity leave. So it just, you don't know. You can't just say, oh, they're number 1, they're in the top 5 in baseball, they're good to go. We're going to be good. There could be guys that are outside the top 100 that all of a sudden they surprise, and now all of a sudden they're really good. You just don't get it. You're dealing with 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-year-olds. So you can't possibly expect this thing to be a straight line. It'd be awesome if Harrison and Luciano were as good as projected, because then you're like, damn, look at all these guys we got. Now we got a whole bunch of dudes that are going to be around here for a long period of time. So, yeah, I would say that most Giants fans are probably they're feeling a lot better about the minor leagues than they were at this time last year. At this time last year, you're thinking, what the hell's down there?
No, because everything seems so far away. And now it's not just that it's getting here, it's producing. Because a lot of guys come up and don't produce and then go back down and then come back up. But to have 3 guys in a row come up and produce, and I know Casey Schmidt's in the midst of a slump, and that's what's going to come with the territory, but his glove is so good, and right now you don't have J.D. Davis at least totally healthy. You kind of need his bat and you need his glove out there. But Casey Schmidt was projected to get here this year. Kyle Harrison projected to get here this year. You mentioned Luciano. He's number 2, projected for next year. He's in Double-A. You've got Harrison at 21 years old, Luciano just 21 years old, Matos 21 years old. You may have 3 guys at the big league level, and even if 2 of them are here, and Matos already is, You got a couple of guys younger than 25 ready to be here long term. Grant McCray is their number 5 guy. He's an outfielder. He's in high A right now. He's projected for 2024. He's just 22 years old. Then you go a little bit further down, that kid Carson Wisenhut, the lefty who's in AA. They're projecting he may get here this year and may have the best stuff in the whole system. You go down, you want to find Elliot Ramos?
20-something?
Number 20, yeah.
Really?
He's number 20.
Where's Hunter Bishop?
Hunter Bishop, I don't even know if he's going to show up on this list in the top 30. Hunter Bishop doesn't look like he's on here. Will Bednar, the first-round pick from a few years ago out of Mississippi State, he's in rookie ball still. He's projected for next year, though. He's 23 years old. So you got a lot of young players here. Keaton Wynn, 25 years old, but he'll be impacting the roster again this year. And Patrick Bailey, of course, having a great year. So there's guys to be excited about. Cole Waits is somebody we saw. He'll be back up this year, a right-handed pitcher. But again, with Mitch Haniger landing on the injured list, the 60-day IL, that'll open up a 40-man spot for somebody. Should let you know, Tolbert & Co. sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account, no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. Our next guest, not going to win you 12, not going to win you 17, 13, 14, 15, or 16. Kirk Reuter joins the show next, right here on the Sports Leader. With Mitch Haniger's fractured forearm, Luis Matos was called up today and made his big league debut. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here with my good friend Steve Moskowitz. He's hanging out on the line. Steve, people are always wondering, what does ERC mean and how do they get more of it? Tell the people what to do.
Call us. Let's see if you qualify for ERC. If you do, employers can get up to $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21. And it's a gift from the federal government. It's not a loan. You never pay it back. They just give you the money. Now, what if you say, oh, Steve, I already talked to my CPA about that, and he said I didn't qualify because my gross revenue didn't go down enough. That's only one of 2 ways to qualify. There's another way that most CPAs that I've come in contact with are just not bothering with because it takes a lot more time, analysis, it's not numbers, but there's a lot of clients who go ahead that qualify for ERC under this facts and circumstances test that did not qualify under the drop in gross revenue. And we treat this very seriously. Multiple licensed professionals in our office review this, and we all have to agree that somebody qualifies. And if they do, and a lot of people do, let's get you every dollar to which you're legally entitled before it's too late.
That's right. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. Thanks so much, Steve. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Kirk is 2 for 2, a single and a double, 2 batted in, lines one to left field, right along the line. That one is a base hit. It hits the foul line. Coming in to score is Crespo. Coming around third, Mirabelli. He scores. The throw goes into second, offline, and Reuter is in there standing with another double. I knew they shouldn't have pitched to him. His third hit, and he has his third and fourth RBIs of the day, and it is 10-0 Giants.
I do not believe it. So good. We thought Woody would enjoy that. Kirk Reuter joins us now. Always fun to. Okay, we saw him with FP. Saw him in St. Louis. One of these days I'll make it back there. I'm not sure when, but I got a chance to see him last year in Chicago. Him and his lovely wife at Wrigley Field. They were there with some Giant tours, so it's always fun catching up with him. Woody, what is going on?
Hey, that clip never gets old.
Yeah, I bet it doesn't.
That's my all-time favorite. Hey, I just talked to Crawford last night. He was telling how much he enjoyed pitching and how nervous he was pitching. And I was kidding him. I said, come on, you got 3 World Series titles and you were nervous pitching? I said, I didn't have a choice. I had to hit. So that really wasn't a big thrill for me.
Would you have been happy if the National League had the DH back then?
No, because, hey, and I told this last night's story. You're asking me all the good questions because they said, hey, would you have liked it? And I said, no, because that was my strikeouts when I could strike out a pitcher. So that was the only guys I had to bear down on the pitcher so I could pad my strikeout totals.
What was the key to, because we hear this a lot, and I don't know if I fully understand. People probably don't fully understand this. Pitching to contact, getting soft contact, not having to be a strikeout pitcher and expend a lot of pitches per. Like, what do you give me the mindset of somebody that's not a strikeout pitcher and how you're going to get guys out?
I mean, I just tried to, there's always holes or where hitters, aren't as strong to swing. I mean, hopefully, most hitters have somewhere there's a weakness that they don't like the ball, and I tried to pitch to those spots. I mean, that was how I was able to be successful, even, college, minor leagues. I mean, I struck out a few more guys than I did in the big leagues then, but I still had to learn to pitch that way and let my defense work. And I just tried to not let them hit the barrel of the bat. I mean, that was how I got things done. And I know just coming up in the minor leagues, Montreal, they had said, hey, you can pitch like that. You'll have better defense as you progress through the system. And so I concentrated on getting ground balls, and I always thought if I didn't give up if I didn't give up home runs or doubles in the gap, that I'd take my chances giving up, and that's why I tried not to walk a lot of people, because guys, even when I first got to the big leagues, they said, hey, it's hard, they go, even at this level, to get 3 hits in an inning. And they said, so sometimes if you don't help them by walking, you got to get 3 hits as long as you can keep the ball in the park. And so I tried to get ground balls, and I figured I'd take my chances that hopefully if I gave up 3 or 4 ground balls in an inning, that they all wouldn't find the hole. And sometimes they do, but that's sports. But for the most part, for my career, I was able to have great defenses behind me, obviously, in San Francisco. And it worked for me, and I worked fast and kept my guys on their toes, so I didn't really have to worry about them falling asleep back there because I was always working pretty quick. So this pitch clock wouldn't have bothered me too much.
How often would you throw a pitch, intentionally throwing it out of the strike zone, just trying to get to the next pitch, where you don't care if he swings at it, great, you're not going to give him anything to hit, but like, I don't really want this pitch, but I want this pitch to be able to set up the next pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go in a ton. Obviously, you watch a lot of my games, but if I did ever go in, or that was usually the pitch I did not want them to hit.
Okay,
I was trying to make them either move their feet or make them kind of fall back a little bit, just because I wanted them to hit the next pitch when I was going to throw my two-seamer or sinker away from them and let them roll it over. So that was usually the pitch that I didn't want them to hit, because if I did miss in there, that was usually a little more damage that they could do to me. And that's why the park, when we moved into, AT&T, well, I think it was Pac Bell, it's been Oracle, AT&T, but when we moved into the new stadium, everybody was worried, but with the short right field fence, but that actually worked perfect for me because, to righties, I would get, if you got behind 2-0, 3-1, you could still kind of challenge right-handed hitters on the outer part of the plate and let them hit it out there to Triples Alley, and it's an out. Yep. We had guys playing there, so they could hit it 380 feet, and it was an out.
Talking to Kirk Reuter on the UMA guest line. It's just funny you don't hear about guys talking about trying to pitch to contact anymore because we just don't have guys that pitch in the way that you worked, Woody. And so it's funny. I remember hearing Kruk and Kipe after games doing post-game raps saying, and Kirk Reuter scatters 14 hits over 6 1/3, just 2 earned runs. And you're like, dude, that was like a normal outing for you, was grinding guys down and getting through a lineup a few times. Tom and I talk a lot about the pitch count and the 100 marker pitch count, where that's sort of the moment when guys start to get nervous about pitch count. I'm wondering from when you came up, because you came up in the early 90s, when did that become a thing? Were they paying attention to pitch count and the 100 pitch mark with you guys, or was it just sort of how you're throwing and what you've been through when you get to that point?
Yeah, I think I was always usually 100, but I don't know if it was so much that. I know Dusty would always explain, like sometimes to me when he'd take me out or leave me in, like it was more he and then I kind of was on his same page after that, because he would always say, hey, if you used a lot of energy, or if it was the third inning and I had guys at second and third with 1 out, and he knew I was, that was a stressful inning. If I had a couple of those, and then all of a sudden in the 7th, I've got 100 pitches, he would say, hey, I'd probably rather take you out of that game because I know you've been in stressful situations and had to kind of bear down more. Whereas another game, if I'm cruising and I've got 105 pitches, but I haven't had any stressful innings, he might say, hey, this is his stressful inning. I'll let him work through it. And he's got to be in these situations. And then I might be able to get through the 7th, and he might let me throw 110 pitches. But, I mean, the 100 mark was kind of a barrier. But I think especially with me, we had such great bullpens. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to leave me out there throwing like 85, 86 when you got Nin sitting in the bullpen fresh and throwing 100, to get the last 3 outs of a game. I don't think anybody – I'm not going to win that argument too many times.
I think Feebrad had like 9 wins one year. You know what I mean? You're like, let's get to that guy. Yeah.
So maybe you can answer this, maybe you can't. But why 100 pitches? Why not 99? Or why not 101?
I don't know what the magic number, because there were some games I know. I think my highest pitch count, I threw an 8-inning game, and I think because the bullpen, and I went into that game knowing that Dusty had said, hey, I need you to eat some innings. I don't have, so I'm going to leave you out there. But I actually was able to throw good, and I went 8 innings, but I threw like 135 pitches.
Did you really?
And I don't think you see anybody throw that now, and that was me. So I mean, I wasn't accustomed. I wasn't like I was Levo. Levon would have stayed out there for 200 pitches every game if you let him.
202 maybe, yeah.
Yeah, this was me, but Dusty left me out, and I don't think you would see that from even the biggest guys today. But it was just a different philosophy. I mean, back then, if like I said, I knew that game. Our bullpen was spent, and he had already told me, hey, if you're going good, or even if you're not, you're probably going to have to suck up some innings, and you're going to have to throw some pitches. So, I mean, you already knew it going in, and I don't know if that's any philosophy today. I think they would have somebody ready to, he's at 90 pitches, we're getting him out, and we're not letting him face the guys 3 times or 4 times or whatever. The metrics say now.
That's a big one. The third time through the order. But so what in your mind? Talking to Kirk Reuter, nice enough to join us here in KNBR. What in your mind has changed? Because I always hear this. Well, guys throw different pitches now that are more taxing on the arm. I'm like, okay, that can explain some of it. But come on, I mean, back in the day when I was watching baseball growing up, 80s and 90s. 100 pitches, that was like, I'm just getting warmed up, 100 pitches, and nobody even cared. They're like looking at your mechanics. Is the ball high? Is he missing his spots? What does he look like on the mound? And then we'll maybe get the bullpen up. But now you get around 100, and it's like, okay, we're going to research says or data says that, a third time, all that stuff. What has changed in your mind? Because it wasn't that long ago in the 90s the guys were going 120, 125, 130, and now it almost seems like it's a crime to leave somebody in to get 125. Your arm's gonna fall off. Like, oh my gosh, his arm's still on the next day. This is amazing. What a revelation! But what changed?
Yeah, I mean that it bothers me some. I mean, I still go back to that World Series game. I forget who was throwing for Tampa Bay against the Dodgers, and he was cruising.
Oh, that was Snell.
Blake Snell.
Yeah, had one of the best games ever.
Yeah,
and
one hitter through 6.
Yeah.
And they don't even touch him. And I'm like going, okay, I don't care. I'm watching. Yeah. And I think that's what's changed. I think the numbers, I don't know if it's so much the pitchers or the pitches or anything. I think it's just numbers they go off of, and a lot of people aren't like using their eyes as much as what they did in the past. And like you said, I've had guys tell me, like, helping coach little kid, hey, if we're going to take you out, if you don't finish your pitch, if we start noticing you're not going all the way down through and you're starting to get tired and you can't get down through the ball, you're telling me you're getting a little tired, so we might take you out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's using the eye test,
right,
instead of just saying, oh my gosh, what is this, third time through the order? We're going to take him out. And, I might not have got a win. I mean, if I was pitching right now, I mean, I might not have got through the third time. I might only been in the fourth inning, third inning. So I might not have had a lot of wins if I was pitching in this era. So, but I don't know. I don't know what changed, because I know the guys are just as strong or stronger as far as pitching as we were. I mean, guys, I was just at the ballpark. These guys are ripped and big, and I mean, I don't think it's a physical thing. I mean, I think they could do it, but I mean, like I said, I think there's just more numbers in the game now, and that's what they go by, and maybe it's a cycle. I mean, you might 10 years from now, I might be talking to you, and they might be throwing 130 pitches again. So. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say 130 miles an hour. I was like, that's the way we're trending.
Well,
the way guys are going now.
I hope not.
Yeah, I doubled up Kirk Reuter. How about that?
I would.
Talking to Kirk Reuter on the UMA guest line. What was your favorite pitch to throw? Was it a sinker ball? Was it a two-seam? Do you have a favorite?
No, just the sinker. That's about all I threw. I remember Torrealba. You remember your
V? Oh, yeah.
I mean, he got on a roll catching me one year, like, he would always catch me for, like, I don't know how many starts in a row, and he would just laugh. He would be like, I don't even have to put a sign down. And he goes, and the bad thing is the hitters know what's coming too. They still just keep rolling it over. So, I mean, that was obviously my favorite pitch, and just to get ground balls. And like I said, I always felt like I was always a pitch away. And then, like you said, with the stat line scattering 14 hits, I would always get in an argument with even some of our reporters afterwards. They'd say, well, you got hit today. Like, if I gave up 10 hits in 6 innings and, like you said, 2 runs or 3 runs or whatever, but no walks.
Right.
And my argument with them would be like, well, what would you – I'd play the odds. I said, if I'm not giving up home runs, if I give up 10 hits and they're like 9 singles, at least when I'm giving up a single, my defense could get the ball. I said, What's the difference if I throw 6 or 7 innings and give up 6 hits, but I walk 3 guys? I said, it's still the same amount of base runners. I said, only those walks, my defense couldn't get an out. So I said, as long as I'm not giving up, balls in the gap or home runs, I said, I'll let them, hit ground balls, and if they get singles, I'll chalk it up to, hey, they found the hole today, but hopefully the next time it'll go right at Richie or right at JK, and I'll get a double play. So
Hank Shellman's wearing him out. Hank Shellman won't let him have it, dude. He's like, come on, man. You're leaving too many over the plate. What, was your Vita guy you were on the same page with most? Was there a catcher you loved throwing to? I was a huge Benito Santiago fan. I just love watching him behind the plate. He was a fun dude to see back there. But I love your Vita, too, and had a good career in Colorado afterwards. Who was the guy you always got on the same page with?
Oh, yeah, I love Benito, too. I mean, we were on the same page, and I have a great story about Benito. We were on a bus after a game in Montreal, and I'd thrown, I don't even know if that might have been one of my complete games. I got through 8 innings. I didn't have many complete games, but I threw like 90-some pitches, 98. I think 95 of them were just two-seam. Like, and Jeff Kent, we were on the bus going back to the hotel, and JK was like, hey, he goes, Woody, what's the difference? He goes, when Benito puts down his pinky and wiggles it, or he just puts down a 1 and wiggles it. And Benito heard it, and he goes, oh, no. He goes, don't worry.
Sentence, or maybe even a funny story that goes with this teammate that describes this player. Let's start with JT Snow.
JT, oh, gosh, I'm going to say saved me a lot of runs.
Rich Aurelia.
One of my best friends on the team, all the way from when I first got there. Great guy.
Bill Miller.
Oh, same. I came up right when he came up, and, he was unbelievable. Could play third base, and underrated, I should say, because I'm glad that he finally got his due even more after he left us by winning a batting title and a World Series with Boston, because he was just a gamer.
Jeff Kent.
Same thing, gamer. I would want him on any team I ever played on, because he would play hurt, never wanted to come out, and would never complain what he was doing out there, and you knew you were going to get 110% every time he took the field.
And maybe 110 RBIs, too.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like automatic.
Well, and that never hurts.
Yeah.
And then Barry, of course. What was Barry like to play with?
That's what you're going to say. There's my 110 RBIs.
Yes.
Because I know Kuiper was kind enough to bring that up at his Wall of Fame ceremony, that I wasn't lucky. They had the home run totals for all of the starting pitchers that Barry had ever played with. And the second guy on the list was like at 44. I don't even know how many Barry home runs he had hit for him. Well, guess who was first on the list that Barry hit the most home runs for? Me.
Yeah.
It was like 70-some. So yeah, he did me good.
No. He did. I'm sure he did good for a lot of guys.
Dude, he built the ballpark. He did this all good. You know what I mean?
Who was the guy on the team that was the funniest that we wouldn't know was all that funny?
Oh, man, late. You know who was the biggest prankster late was Smitty. It was Jason Smith.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, he
Hot
was
Foots,
the worst.
bubblegum. He was eating all kinds of crap.
Oh, he was the worst. But you would never know it. Like, he was always the guy in the corner. Like he put the mustard in the jelly donuts. He would squirt mustard. So when you bit into him, it wasn't jelly, it was mustard. And in this parking lot. And he's like, no. Well, we go over there, and he's trying to talk to me. I'm throwing a bullpen, and I won't even look at him. And then we get back to the place. Well, he had taken my car, and there was a home game that day. He parked it on the corner where all the fans would park, and put balloons and the whatever you can write on a car with on the windshield, put like $5,000 or best offer.
Like on the corner out by Scottsdale Stadium out there, like everybody's walking out.
On the corner, right there on the corner.
I know what you're talking about.
Where they all, and it had balloons, and oh my gosh, I was so mad. And then he had to go and get it, and he had it detailed, he had it cleaned, and but then the worst part of it was Harvey. I don't know if you remember Harvey Hodge, our clubhouse guy for the visitors, but he was helping in spring training. He saw it. Well, he came in when I was getting dressed, and he was all serious and said, "Hey, Kirk, if you're selling that for $5,000, I'm like, I looked at him like, no, I just got that car.
And if I was, I wouldn't put it outside of Scottsdale Stadium. You know what I mean? I got like 3 weeks left of spring.
But yeah, Smitty was the guy that you wouldn't think that by watching him or even in the dugout. I mean, he didn't say a lot. He was we were really good friends, but he still wasn't. You wouldn't look at him on TV and go, "Oh my gosh, that guy's a prankster." But he is.
Yeah, I always tell the story with him. He wasn't real thrilled with me. Remember when he lost the no-hitter in Chicago?
It was a one-hitter.
It was a one-hitter. He lost the no-hitter, the catcher.
Yeah.
Was it Service? They got the infield single, or somebody got the infield single. Can't remember who it was.
So that is the Johnson Fecto.
Yeah, and
that was when he was throwing like 100 in the ninth inning.
Right.
It was like 100. Yeah.
He came on with us that week, I think it was, like later on in the week we were talking to him, and I told him, look, I got to admit something to you. I don't know, you're probably not going to think it's that big a deal. So what I did, because Ralph and I were talking, and I was like, look, you got a no-hitter going, you got to tell everybody there's a no-hitter going. I go, look, I go, watch this. I go, it's dumb. I go, how can I affect a game 2,000 miles away? I can't affect it. So I go, watch this. I go, no-hitter. And then they got a hit. And then it was like a stupid infield hit, too. So I told Schmidt that story. He did not find it amusing at all.
Probably not. I imagine no.
I was like, bro, you serious? You thought I affected it 2,000 miles away? I was like, get out of here. What is up with you baseball guys?
He would, though. No, he would.
What's the deepest you got into a game with a no-hitter?
It was like the fifth, maybe. The fifth, and now, I didn't bring that up to FP last night. I should have. I saw FP at the game last night, too. But I had a one-hit shutout. That's the only one I've had. It was against the Giants when I was with Montreal. The only hit was, hey, you're bringing that up. See, you're jinxing me, too.
Yep.
It was to Kurt Manwaring, the catcher. The Giants. But it was in Montreal, and it was a 0-0 game in like the fourth or fifth, and I had a no-hitter. But he hit like a looping ball in the center, and FP was playing center field for us then. Well, that was the only hit of the game. I won 1-0, and after the game, I still remember FP was like, "Oh my gosh!" He goes, "If I'd have known you were going to throw a no-hitter," he goes, "I probably could have caught that." And he said, dude, I would have had to dive, and he said, but it was a 0-0 game,
oh
and
my
he goes,
God.
I didn't want it to bounce on the turf. And he goes, gosh, if I'd have known you were going to throw a one-hitter, he goes, I probably could have caught it.
And I found the outing when it was August 27th, 1995. You only walked one.
One guy.
Wow.
And you got a double play. You faced 28, so you must have got a double play after that, too.
Yes, because Deion Sanders, I tried to trick him. So it's 1-0, and I got 2 outs in the ninth. And I thought, I'm going to flip this first pitch. And I never threw a curveball, hardly. I had a terrible curveball. But I think, I'm going to get ahead of him. He's not going to swing first pitch. Oh, he freaking crushed it into right center. And Rondell White ran it down like at the wall. And then this is another bad omen for me. You know how I collect stuff? After the game, everybody was telling Rondell, hey, that was Reuter's first complete game shutout. He threw a one-hitter. Where's the ball? And Rock said, he goes, I didn't know that. He goes, I threw the ball up in the stands. he goes, and so then he came up to me after that game. He goes, hey, Kurt, I'm sorry. He goes, and I go, that's all right. I said, you caught it. I said, at least you caught it. I said, I thought he hit it out and tied the game because it was only 1-0. So
that's awesome. Hey, before we let you run, give us we know you got the shed, 6,000 square feet. You got so many collectibles in there. It's like a damn Hall of Fame. What are give me a couple of your favorite things there that you've collected over the course of your lifetime in baseball?
Oh, that's easy. I mean, I got one of Willie's gold gloves, Willie Mays gold glove. And then,
what? Really?
And then Dusty gave me one of his Manager of the Year trophies. And Barry gave me the wristbands when he hit his 73rd home run.
Wow.
So
holy cow.
That's like easy to name some of my best stuff because anything that's personal to me, like that I would probably never give up, for these guys to feel like good enough to give that for me to put in my shed. I mean, I always tell people, I said, I can't even put a price on, that they're giving me stuff. And JT and Mike Matheny have given me Gold Gloves too. So, I mean, that stuff to me is like,
That's awesome.
I would never give that up if I was fortunate enough to win it. So for them to do it and let me put it in my shed, I mean, I always tell people that's the best stuff that I think I have in my shed. And there's other stuff too. I mean, guys have been so generous to me over the years. So it's hard to pick one or two things, but those are pretty good things to have.
JT's got 6. I mean, come on, JT. You should have given you 2.
Mike's got a lot, and even Willie's got a lot.
Willie's got it.
I kept bugging Willie. Come on, you got a lot. You don't need all that.
You don't need all those damn
You went to like
Gold
20
Gloves.
All-Star games, man. Come on,
Yeah,
count one
you
of
don't
those
need
up.
that.
Did you get Jeff Kent's motorcycle?
Oh, dude, nice.
I did not. No, hey, Willie tried to get me to take his car one year. Give him, I don't know. He's tried to tell me to buy his old car that he used to have when he played, and I could just put it right in the front of my shed, and people could look at it.
Willie's trying to cut a deal, dude.
That's
Willie's
amazing.
like, nah, it's a memorabilia, man.
I didn't think I could pull that off, so I didn't do it.
Kirk, on the way out, man, I was at 2002 Giants, my all-time favorite team. We got a chance to talk to Russ Ortiz last year. It was real cool. You don't have to go any deeper. I just got to know for my head, just for 13-year-old Adam Copeland's head, you could have taken the ball to start Game 7, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you were ready. I knew you were ready. You were my guy, man. I knew you were ready to go, man. I knew you could shut it down. Woody, it's great to talk to you, man.
Last one.
Yeah, one more?
We can
keep going. I got like 4 or 5 more.
I got one more for Woody here. Just this is like your career. I want to see how well you know your career. Did you have, over the course of your career, did you have more hit batters or wild pitches?
Hit batters. Well, I know I hit 3 guys on purpose, so that started fights. So I know I got 3, I think, hit batters.
Okay, screw the question for a second.
Yeah, who did you hit on purpose?
Why did you hit him on purpose?
Well, the one last night that I had to throw out the first pitch at Busch Stadium was supposed to be a reenactment because I work with him now, was Gary Gaetti, who was from close to my hometown here. And so he was with the Cardinals, I was with the Expos, and he's the first guy I ever had to hit intentionally. And I got kicked out, fined, and lost a win because it was only in the 4th inning. But I still kid him about that, and we were supposed to reenact it last night at the game that I hit him. But he was like, no, he's not hitting me. I'm not letting him hit me again. But yeah, Gary was the first guy back in '96. I had to hit him. They were like, hey, when the first batter that comes up the next inning, you're hitting. And I go out there, and it's freaking Gary. So I had to hit him. And then I hit the guy in, I forget who it was, in Philadelphia. After they had hit Barry, I hit, I forget who it was. But I hit him, and then the bench is cleared again. And I'll never forget Kruko on the TV said, oh, Woody was okay, he said, because there was no way the batter was getting to Reuter. He said because Charlie Hayes was 0 for 3 with 3 punch-outs, and he was just looking to hit somebody.
Now, when you do that, do you know to do it, or does your manager tell you to do it?
Yeah, Dusty told me he'd give me the sign when I hit I think it was Alex Arias is who I hit in Philadelphia. He gave me the sign from Brent Maine, so I knew the sign.
Okay.
So I won't say it on air, but I knew what it was supposed to be when I got it. So
it wasn't the pinky, I'll tell you that. It wasn't the pinky.
No, it wasn't the pinky. So I hit him, and then the benches came. And the funny thing was I was supposed to get kicked out of that game because they'd already thrown out the guy that hit Barry, but they thought that. They looked up on the screen, and this is one of those games I had thrown about 100 and some pitches. So Dusty knew I was ready to come out. So that's why he told me to hit him. So I thought I was getting thrown out, but then the umpire yelled at Kurt Schilling and Francona. They were saying, hey, he's got to be out of the game because I was out there warming up again. And the umpire, Maine, said, oh, he goes, I was laughing so hard. He goes, because the umpire looked over and said, no, he goes, he didn't hit them on purpose because I looked up at the board. It said 82 changeup.
That's how you know. That's how you know.
They go, that wasn't his changeup. They go, that was his fastball.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But I didn't get thrown out. I got the next guy out, and then
Arias got tossed.
Yeah. Awesome. Lack of velocity worked in your favor.
Yeah, saved me some money.
Perfect.
I found a quote from Kirk after the game. He says he just got away from me.
Oh, yeah, I did say that.
It just got away from me.
Yeah, I don't think I walked anybody the whole day, but that pitch got away.
Just got away from me after Metallica hit Bonds. No big deal. No big deal. Okay, really, last one. Who was the biggest whiner and complainer about losing pools in the dugout?
Oh gosh, everybody. I won so much. Hey, I even had Dusty call me in one time and tell me when I retired. He wanted me to tell him how I did it. I think guys actually thought I was doing some magical trick or cheating them, but I never did. But I did have an uncanny knack for it. Didn't matter if it was horse racing or NASCAR or soccer. I would always somehow end up with the right team.
Of course you would. You always did. You always won the pool.
Go ahead. What was the stat? What did I have?
By the way, if you would like to know, what would you like to guess? Did you have more?
I'm saying I had more hit batters.
You did by one. Ooh. You hit 25 guys.
Arias was the difference.
Yeah, and you had 24 wild pitches over the course of your career. So yes. You are correct, sir. You had one more. Hey, thank you so much.
That was a blast.
I wish we could do it more often. It's always fun talking to you. We love the stories. We loved watching you pitch, and it's just so cool that you're still involved with the Giants. And we know when they go back to St. Louis, you're going to pop up on TV or maybe in the radio, and we can have you on and talk.
You're the best.
Talk
Woody.
some baseball, man. It's just so much fun having you on, Woody. We want to thank you.
No, anytime, guys. I love coming on. Anytime.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Woody. Enjoy, man.
Great stuff.
All right.
Take it easy. Kirk Reuter, everybody.
Awesome, dude. Just awesome. I get geeked out. I get geeked out for a lot of stuff in this gig, man, but 0-2 Giants always get me. Giants from my childhood are awesome. We'll take a quick break. We do have a sound soiree coming your way.
Tim is pumped right now.
Tim is furious. At one point, he was like, we got to go, and I said, shut up, dude. I'm busy. I said, I'm in the middle of Kirk Reuter. I said, don't you dare talk to me about getting an 0-2 Giant off the line early. It's like wedging it in. Now, come on, dude. Hey, I said one more. I said, I got like 4 or 5 more. I got like 6 or 7 I could spread off of this. We got a sound soiree.
Run until 6 and leave.
We got a sound soiree coming your way, and then probably replay that in time. No, I'm kidding. We got more.
What do you mean, FPO replay?
Probably. More Giants stock coming your way after the sound soiree next on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning, compared Luis Matos to Adrian Beltre and Ronald Acuna Jr. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everything changing so fast nowadays. Feels like you buy something, you got to go out and get the new model a month later. Well, the one thing you can't lag behind with is your Wi-Fi. No siree. Especially not during summer when everyone's in the house, whether they're playing games, maybe someone's still working, someone's going to summer school. They're not going to summer school. They're telling you they're going to summer school, and then they're also playing video games. Maybe you're streaming. No matter what you're doing, everyone needs to be taken care of. No lagging, no buffering. Everyone gets smooth, ultra-fast, ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. That's what Xfinity 10G network's for. Everyone gets taken care of. And you almost can't you can't have too many people in your house, on devices, on tablets. Take care of everybody. That's how much power that I'm talking about. The gamers can game, the streamers can stream, the workers can work, the schoolers, you get the whole thing. Everyone does what they want to do, and no whining. No lagging, no whining. That's what I'm sticking with, my slogan. No lagging, no whining. Take advantage of this limited time offer now through June 21st. New customers can get 200 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. All you have to do is go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love ridiculously fast, ridiculously reliable 10G Wi-Fi, 10G internet, 10G network. Oh, 10G. You will love Xfinity.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. We had a blast, about a half-hour conversation with former Giants left-hander Kirk Reuter. Wide-ranging talk on current baseball, the Giants now, his career, a lot of his teammates. It was a lot of fun. You can check out the full podcast. It's all trending now on the all-new KNBR app. We got some stuff to get to. A sound soiree for Wednesday, June 14th. Is today Flag Day? How about that? A Flag Day soiree coming your way next on the Sports Leader.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
A sound soiree for Flag Day. Giants above 500 on Flag Day. Shout out Murph and Mac and their Flag Day predictions from 5 to 6 years ago. Giants 4 games over, a season best as they're getting ready for a date with the Dodgers. Dodgers kicking off in about an hour against the White Sox at home. And we have got some sound from the day in sports coming your way. Let's start with the Vegas Golden Knights. Was your mom hyped last night? Knights taking it down. Were you talking to her throughout the game or afterwards?
Because I don't know. I watched it. So I watched the Giants game, and then when that got out of hand, then I
bounced. I watched the first period and a half of the.
I went to the Angel game.
Oh.
And then I watched the Angel game, and that
Rangers,
was
is that right?
Yes, very intense, very tenses. And then after that, went to the Knights game. And then after that, I kind of went to the A's game. And just mostly was just kind of in it for the ambiance, not really the game. So you had a full night, but Vegas came third. So my mom was watching it live, I know. So I didn't want to text her and ruin it for her. Although my brother said, I go, hey, did you watch the game? I go, how many people were outside watching? It looked like 50 grand were out there watching that game. He goes, I don't know. I didn't get off till 8. I was like, would you record it? He's a UPS delivery guy. I go, did you record it? He goes, yeah. But all my deliveries were inside, and every TV was on the game.
It walks in, and
he goes, I couldn't get away from it, so I already knew what was going on. He goes, but yeah, it's pretty cool. My mom was pretty hyped too.
That's pretty tough. If you were like a diehard and you wanted to avoid it in Vegas,
couldn't do it.
Almost impossible. Impossible because it's the only team
Yep.
people are loving. Well, Vegas Golden Knights, the Knights radio, Mark Stone hat trick call, the final call of the Knights championship.
Bennett looking cross-eye. Stone intercepts. This time he sends it down. It'll waffle and go into the goal. It's a hat trick in the clincher. Mark Stone, the captain, makes it 8-3 Golden Knights with 6 minutes to go in the third period. One in the first, one in the second, and now a goal in the third period, sending the Knights to what will be a Stanley Cup championship. They talk about dreaming. The Golden Knights are going to make that dream a reality. A devotion to destiny. Misfits to champions. The Vegas Golden Knights win the Stanley Cup in 2023.
So they became a team in what, 2019?
No, they've been around 6 years. It's their sixth year in existence.
So
and they went their
18,
first
18.
year.
Yeah,
they lost to the Capitals.
First team ever to go, first expansion team ever to go in their first year, right?
Yep.
They are the fastest expansion team across the NHL, NBA, and NFL, and MLB to win a championship since the Diamondbacks did it in 2001. But there haven't been that many expansion teams since 2001.
I was going
to
wear my Vegas night fleece today. I figured Tim would enjoy that.
Go Sharks.
And the only reason I have a Vegas night fleece because they went there with all my buddies. Went there, and I think it was March Madness, and it was really cold one morning, so we played golf, and it was cold. I didn't have anything. So I was like, what do you guys got? They go, I got this Vegas night fleece. Like, I'll take it. I didn't care what it was.
They said we got some pants, Thompson. What else?
I don't care. I didn't care if it was a fleece that said, I eat bleep.
Yeah.
Like, I would have worn it. I would have said, I don't care. Just give it to me.
Everybody's got a price, dude.
In Satan we trust. I didn't care at that point. Go Genghis Khan. Like, I would have been like, just give me the damn fleece. It's cold as hell out here. So I have it. And
OJ's innocent. I'm wearing
exactly.
it. Yeah.
OJ,
Vegas, dude.
go OJ. ASU, I would have worn it. I was freezing out there. It was so cold.
MAGA?
MAGA I would have worn. Absolutely. I'm in Vegas.
Yeah,
no, would have been no big deal.
They'd have been like, what's up, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Sterling, MAGA, I would have worn them all.
Pro Don Sterling?
I don't care. I would have worn Sterling on one sleeve.
Free Sterling.
MAGA down the other sleeve. And the
OJ's innocent on the other.
Yeah, like the Union Jack on the back.
Right,
I would have been like, good.
Gold jacket, green jacket. Who gives
give me
Confederate flag on the back.
Flag. I don't care. I do not care. Just give me something that'll keep me warm because it was windy too, and it was just ripping through me. I wouldn't have played. Like if I wouldn't have had that, I would have said, "Look, I'll catch you guys in the back nine because I'm just not going out there and playing." It was miserable. So that's why I have the Vegas night. The fleece, I've worn it, maybe once since it's been about 4 years I've had it. I wore it one time when I went for a walk, and that's the only thing I could grab to get to put on. But I haven't worn it since. So I'm not a night fan, but I was rooting for the Knights.
If it's
Excuse me, I got to go play with golf.
Did play with
for
golf.
two reasons. One, my mom's a Knight fan, so I was rooting for her. I thought it'd be cool to her.
Is this her biggest fandom in your life of a team that had nothing to do with you?
And two, I bet on them. So
yeah,
there you
good
go.
for you.
Those are two.
Go Sharks.
And one more important than the other. Sorry, Mom.
Because she loved rooting for you, but
yeah, I hope. I don't know that for a fact. She said it, but I don't know if it's true or not. I thought
she had the Lakers -4.
Yeah, I thought she was an Arizona fan, but she got happy when Oregon hit that last second shot to cover the spread. So I don't know what happened there. Yeah, probably. I don't think she cares that much about sports and really cares that much about the team, but the whole community is really bought into the Knights. It's really kind of a cool story.
One, and they were painted as a town that couldn't have one because of the shady doings of Las Vegas, and it's like there are people there that want a team.
The funny thing is, that's like the last sport that you would think would be a hit in Vegas.
Yeah.
Hockey. You're
but it's almost perfect.
Like hockey.
Yeah, it's almost a niche now.
Yeah.
That it's kind of cool that
but
is
love
the sport.
it. They love it. It's their team. It's an expansion team. They all came from elsewhere, and yeah. So I was happy to see him win. I don't have the disdain for him. Now, season starts next year. It's on again.
It's on.
I'm going to be rooting for the Sharks.
Go
and hopefully
Sharks.
the Sharks get back to the get back to the playoffs.
I think I'm rooting Avalanche from here on out. Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. They win the championship. Don't forget, somebody said Nikola yesterday did the opposite of I'm going to Disneyland. I'm going to Serbia. Nikola Jokic. He's asked if he's going to attend the parade. Nuggets win a championship.
You got to go in the parade.
Wait, Nikola, are you going to attend the parade?
You said after the Lakers win, you said you were surprised that you didn't feel more. So I'm curious what you are feeling right now, and if you're looking forward to a parade coming up in Denver.
When is parade? When is parade?
Thursday.
No. I need to go home. Okay.
What? So he's not going parade?
I think somebody said Friday, like go Friday or something. He's got to go to the damn parade.
Dude, how about if he said
he's the MVP?
I missed the fact that when they beat the Lakers, he said, I thought that would feel more.
Yeah. If the Lakers die, they die.
Dude, how about this guy? This guy is incredible, man. This guy's incredible.
No.
Tom, you said it perfectly. I mean, this should be like etched on his epitaph or on his Hall of Fame plaque. Could not have been more dominant and less interested.
Less thrilled.
Less thrilled, yeah. He just didn't care. He's like, finally, the job is over. Yeah. It was like he finished work. It's like he finished his finals in high school.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
What I mean? Christmas break now.
They graduated. Did they say no? Doesn't it go, no?
No, that's at the very end when somebody yelled, go Friday. And he's like,
no.
All right.
I'm not going. I gotta go home.
I love that they asked him this. When did he think the parade would have to be for him to attend if he was leaving? If they said Thursday, he's like, no, I'm gone. He said, no? Can we do it now? I
need to go home.
I've got a flight. This guy, he's probably infuriated that he's got all these extra things he's got to do now after winning a title.
He's got to stay there, doesn't he? I mean, he has to stay.
The team has got to get on. I mean, the team has to be on about that. The league, you won the MVP.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The finals MVP.
There's like bench guys that they don't want to show.
Go.
You got to go, dude. Jokic, come on. Is he the most unique in terms of I know there's guys who don't want to be the superstar face of a franchise. I get that. I get not be like Mike Trout being a little bit in the background. I totally get that.
Yeah.
But the disinterest of have you seen the videos of him post game in the locker room when they're all celebrating and dumping beer on their heads?
No.
Dude, he's standing in the corner drinking a Michelob Ultra by himself.
Yes, and he was super pumped when they won. I think Embiid would be a guy. I mean, no doubt.
I think Giannis
came from less.
Personally came from less. But I know that, Jokic, same thing. I mean, this is still
just bizarre.
It's got to be an unprecedented dream to him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not really.
I would think. I've got to go home.
If he dies, he dies. It's not that far off.
He can't stay here 2 more days.
I don't want to go to parade.
But when is it? When is it?
Give me the beginning one more time. Just the beginning of his answer. Yeah, the when is it is the best. And he's waiting for the answer.
When is parade? When is parade?
Thursday.
No.
No.
That's the one. When is parade? No.
Thursday. No.
And then they're like, what's up? He's like, I have to go home. I need to go home.
I love it. No.
It's incredible. Parade's tomorrow. We should be getting some audio from him. It's incredible. If he's there. If he shows up. If he wants to be
the only finals MVP did not attend the parade.
It's kind of good. It's pretty sick. It's like Prince throwing the halftime show Super Bowl party. There was a big party afterwards. Didn't show up. I was like, dude, the party cost you $1.5 million. Where were you? Well, could you have been? I want to be at Prince's party.
That's a power move right there.
Stu Clary, responsible for the idea of the reverse boycott for the A's. He's in the parking lot yesterday. Did an interview. Talked about why he thinks Giants fans should support and be active in the A's reverse boycott.
It's resonated, it struck a chord, and not just with A's fans, but with fans all over Major League Baseball. I mean, I'm old enough to remember in the early 90s, the Giants were 1 foot out the door. They were in Tampa Bay. So it could happen to us. It could happen to the Giants. It could happen to almost every club in baseball. The Giants were very nearly the Tampa Giants. It could happen. I mean, the Giants have a beautiful ballpark there at McCovey Cove, but it's 20-something years old now. And before long, it's going to be old and passé. Grass could be greener somewhere else. And so if it could happen to us, it could happen to you. It could happen to anybody. As an A's fan, I did some minor work in the early 90s trying to help the Giants get a ballpark. I understand the benefit of having two teams in the market, and we'll lose out on the whole community loses out on something special if the A's leave.
I'm with him for everything he said, except that AT&T or Oracle Park might be a dud at some point. I'm like, I don't know about that, my man. But I'm with him in everything else he said. The value of two teams in the market, and Giants fans should care that the A's are leaving. That's not a great thing for us and for baseball. We don't want more teams leaving the Bay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It just sucks for the fans that have been with this team and have stuck with this team. Even though they don't go to the game, they watch the games. Yeah. They watch them because you can't get away from your team. It's easy to say, screw that team, I'm out. That's not the way it goes. You're a fan of a team when you get mad at them, you hate them, and they stink, and you still watch the games. You're still there. You're just like, God, I wish I could, but it's not that easy. It really isn't.
I left you once. I wouldn't have done it again. Was my punk son who did it.
No.
Got all that Vegas money.
Thursday? No.
I like my mountain. One more. Sean Estes. Sean Estes was on the broadcast. I guess Sean Estes was eating a peanut during the postgame wrap. I've done it, dude. Peanuts and popcorn on the air get you in trouble.
Yeah, you don't do that.
I got off I'm a popcorn fiend, and for a while, Derek knows, until I totally choked on the air. We got some good Greg coughing and choking on the air, too. Anyway, Sean Estes was doing the postgame wrap, apparently choked on a peanut.
Oh, no.
There you go.
He does what he's done all year, and he works the walk, and then you just hope someone can get a hold of one. And Yaz did.
He did. Yeah, he did get a hold of one. Excuse me. I'm choking on a peanut.
You all right?
I didn't think I was going to speak yet.
You're a doctor. Give yourself the Heimlich.
No, I mean, so I'll stop talking then.
Are you all right?
Take a drink. DC got you some water. Don't eat another peanut. Take a drink.
I'm done talking. I'm done.
Jamming another peanut down there?
Let me wash this peanut down. I got another peanut right here. You got to dig for Greg. Maybe we'll have it on the other side. Greg, when he choked on that mushroom candy bar on the air, he's like, John,
I'm choking on a peanut.
A mushroom candy bar?
Dude, Jake the Snake Plumber was like pumping some of those, like they got these mushroom, medicinal mushrooms now.
Okay,
they were down at Super Bowl last year. He left one on the table, and Papa and Lund sit down after Murph and Mac, and Papa was like, I'm eating this right now. I'm going to eat these mushrooms. So he eats it, but then he starts like choking, and then he realizes he's like allergic to something in the. He's like, I'm allergic to soy, and then John's like, dude, there's soy. Anyway, we got that for you. Papa choking about a year ago to match it up with Sean Estes. Who's doing KNBR tonight? It's Bill Lasky tonight. Nice. We'll see what Tree's got going on the other side. Tolbert and Copes and Papa choking on the Sports Leader. The Oakland A's had their reverse boycott last night, had over 27,000 fans in attendance to watch the A's continue their 7-game win streak and a 2-1 win over the Tampa Bay Rays, all to the dismay of crusty old Giants homer and me. That's what Derek wrote in the, screw you, Derek. He's trying to go on the all-new KNBR app.
ready to wrap it up. Hand it off to Bill Lasky, who's going to be joining us, and he'll be on from 6 to 10. But before we do, you know we live in Northern California, right? Because you do, yeah. We like the environment here. So does Honda. I'm going to tell you about NorCal Honda and why you might want to be driving. I've driven a Pilot for like 10 plus years now, and they have hybrids. It's fuel efficient. It's green. You save money. They're fun to drive. They have all the things you want. You want to listen? It doesn't matter what you want to listen to it on. You're good to go. Somebody wants to watch them in the back. Go. I'm 6'8". I need room. I get more than enough room. I want to go up to Tahoe. I want to go up the hill with my buddies, play golf. I need room for gear. I need room for bags. I need room for clothes. I need room for big bodies. I also get that with Honda. So I get size, room. I get size. I gotta get size in a car. It's a roomy car. Let's put it that way. I get all the cool technology, the safety features. You want to be as safe as possible, right? Or if I hand the keys to one of the kids, I want to make sure they're as safe as possible. With Honda, I do not have to worry about that at all. And you get to preserve the amazing environment by going green with Honda. That's what I'm talking about. And this year's best lease financing offers are on Accord and CR-V Hybrid. They're happening now. So going green saves you extra green, which is nice. So see your NorCal Honda dealer to buy or reserve yours today. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda like me or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com. Wait. Well, let's make it more obvious. I tried to just smoothly put that in there, and then we let's go BYOB again. System of a Down.
You trying to mix it in this copyrighted broadcast should not be disseminated with the express written consent.
They don't know why it's express written consent. Why not just written consent? Why does it got to be express? Why does it got to be express written consent? Why can't it just be written consent? I don't understand that.
Bill, do you have an answer for that? Do we have Bill Lasky? We connect with
I'm
Bill?
here. I'm here. I'm just listening to you two finish up your show.
What's up, Bill?
Finishing up. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. It's good to hear from you, dude.
I'm doing great, brother. Just sitting in for FP tonight while he's traveling back from St. Louis.
Good to hear your voice.
You hear me every weekend, Tom. You just don't turn it on.
I might if I'm in the car. You never know. You in my back seat? You know what I'm doing? No, you don't know.
Well, that car you're driving, does it even have a radio in it?
He didn't mention the radio. He said technology.
I did not mention technology.
That's true.
Good point. On this technology and stuff. Dude, so how about these Giants, Bill? I mean, they're
hot. They're hot.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill, how about this? I bet you like this. I bet you like knowing who's in the lineup every day.
I would like to know that lineup. Yes, I had a little confrontation over the past weekend about that. Yes, see, Adam, you listened to the show. I just wanted regular lineup, but it's not working. So they're going to keep doing what they're doing. And you know what? They're winning. They're 4 games over 500.
How much do you think the rookies are bringing?
A lot of excitement, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I'd like to know what the music they're playing in that clubhouse with those guys.
You think they get to
Ice
choose?
Spice. Yeah, probably Ice Spice, Bill.
I think maybe. I think, maybe they got a little verbiage in it, but I think Cross still running that clubhouse.
When rookies came up, and you were one of those young guys who came up and helped the team out. What role does a rookie play, and what is he allowed to open his mouth about? I mean, not firing guys up per se, but when you've got a team like this that seems like it's got a good mix of vets and a good mix of young guys who the vets are relying on, it seems like that carries a little bit more weight early on in your career.
Yeah, I just think when you look in the dugout, you see all the rookies kind of standing with each other. You kind of see that little pack all the time. You see them usually talking or to discreet in what they want to say to the vets. I think you see that a little bit more. Back in my day, I think Tom knows this. You didn't say a word when you were a rookie. You just kind of said yes, no. Yep. When should I talk? When should I not talk? Those are the days back then. The rookies were there. They weren't there to talk.
Nope. You were happy if you didn't have to say a word throughout the course of practice or at the end of practice. You're good. You listened. Yeah. You didn't talk. You listened is what you ended up doing. So let me ask you this. What do you think they're going to have to do about – can you go the entire year with a bullpen game through the rotation every single time? Like, can it be Brebbia, Minaya, and then move on? I know this. You can't do it 2 times in a row. Brebbia can't be starting back-to-back games again. That's a little much.
I don't love it. No.
But how do you see this working itself out? Do they need a 5-man rotation, or is that your de facto 5th starter?
No, Tom, I think they need to get a couple starters. I really do. Alex Wood, what is he going to give you, 4 or 5 innings?
Yeah.
Now you got DeSclafani kind of wearing down, Alex Cobb kind of wearing down, so the bullpen really is up front with all this. But I'm glad you asked that question because I'm Snoop Dogg tonight because I went into the NL West and I talked to Louis Gonzalez from the Diamondbacks about what the Diamondbacks might be doing.
Yeah.
I talked to Mark Sweeney from the Padres, finding out a little bit about what the Padres are doing. I got a hold of Steve Sachs and got a little info about the Dodgers. So I got a little Snoop Dogg tonight and just kind of talking to all 3 of them and finding out what they're thinking, what they're planning. But to tell you, the first one I want to talk about tonight is Vince Coleman. Now, you guys remember the 80s. I know Tom does. Vince Coleman.
Cards? Hell yeah.
Yeah, Vince Coleman, Tommy Herr, Willie McGee, Lonnie Smith, Ozzie Smith. They had a track team. So I caught up with Vince, and we talked about speed and his relationship with Lou Brock, and great interview with Vince Coleman. So I got that coming out tonight, too.
D-O-double-G Bill Lasky joining you from 6 right until...
B-I-double-L,
well, didn't quite work. I couldn't figure it out. Bill, have a good show tonight, man.
See you, Bill.
Gentlemen, good talking to you guys, man. Take care.
That'll be fun listening to that interview. And that was a bunch of jackrabbits on that team. That's when baseball was, I won't say cooler, but it was fun to see teams that just did things completely different. And St. Louis was one of those teams where it's defense and speed on that turf, chop it and go. Let's take our guest, shall we? Let's take Kirk Reuter first.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Kirk Reuter was awesome. We had Susan Slusser, kind of. From St. Louis.
From 2 different security lines in the St. Louis airport.
From the airport.
Mixed in a couple of takes, yeah.
We had, who was it? Kangarooty? No,
Kangarooty. Zach Bayrouty.
Zach Bayrouty.
I didn't expect you to get that one because that's the first time we've had him, and he's got a different name.
Yeah, I knew I should have got that
Play-by-play voice of the River got some good info on what's going on down there.
Yep, and then we had Casey Pratt.
That's right.
Boom.
ABC 7.
I think that's it. No, we didn't have gondolas. We talked about gondolas.
Yeah.
We didn't have
his
gondolas.
favorite rendering included a gondola.
Yeah. How many renderings were there? There had to be 10.
KNBR, your favorite rendering.
Your favorite rendering.
Of
We talked about that, though. Rendering Hall of Fame. We need the rendering. You know, the rendering Hall of Fame would be great to have in the Oakland airport. Like as you're walking through.
Next to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, maybe?
All the renderings as you're walking from like gate 24 to 26. That would be amazing to have the renderings there. God, I would love that.
That'd be fantastic, dude. Right next to the Barrier Sports Hall of Fame. Ricky and Gary Payton and Buster and all the renderings.
The renderings
hanging
Hall
right
of
there in
Fame.
that terminal as you're walking. We induct these guys with this big ceremony and then we like hang a plaque in the airport.
Oh my gosh, that's
it's
incredible.
Hysterical to me. By the way, Doc Gooden missed his parade probably for different reasons than Jokic will.
Yeah, I'm going to guess he missed it for much different reasons.
Yeah,
absolutely. It could have been that. What was that song? White Line.
I don't know.
The cocaine train.
Thank you. Thank you, Derek.
That's it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Derek.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Tim. As always.
Good news.
Finish it. Finish it if you're going to play it.
It's a suppository.
Thank you.
Cobes, I'll see you tomorrow.
dude.
Stay tuned. Bill Lasky is going to take you right up till 10 right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God.